So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Education for San Bernardino City Unified School District. Thank you for joining us tonight. And we are going to call this meeting to an order. And 1.2, the Pledge of Allegiance, is going to come from Mrs. Guthrie's class, Vermont Elementary. Her second graders are going to give us the pledge.
Good morning. This is Miss Guthrie's second grade class at Vermont Elementary doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good day, explorers. Broadcast Cal here with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone stand up and say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone, now get out there and explore, discover, and create. Broadcast Cal.
Congratulations to the class. They did an excellent job. They told us to get out there and explore. We will now move to 1.4 inspirational message. Our inspirational message tonight is coming from me, but technically not coming from me.
President Rogers, excuse me, we need to do 1.3. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so excited about that. You're right. I clicked over and went to 3. Went to 4. 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I think I heard a second. All right. If there's no, is there?
Madam President?
Yes.
We do, staff is needing to pull item 12.13.
All right.
An agenda just to gather more information.
Okay, 12.3 pulled.
12.13.
12.13.
Correct.
I don't see anything. There's so many people on the screen. I'm like, ah.
I know,
Okay. Okay.
Madam President, I'm going to pull 7.2 just to talk about it.
Okay, so we'll take that in advance so we know. So
Okay.
12.3 and 7.2 sounds like we're good, and I'll go ahead and take the vote if I'm not seeing anyone else. All right, Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina. I know I heard. Okay.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos. Okay, I think I heard her. Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, let me get back to my screen.
We didn't get to see Ms. Ceballos get sworn in. Will she get sworn in before the meeting?
Did you see the agenda? We're on our way.
Wow, okay.
We're on our way. Okay, we're now at item 1.4. We're all going to be actually sworn in. 1.4 inspirational message. Again, as I said, from me, however, not by me. We are inspired, we know, by our students, and we have had many students that are doing amazing things out in the community and just everywhere. But more importantly, this past week, I had a chance to spend some time with our student advisory with Dr. Volkermer, and we were inspiring our young people again that we want them on the board and we want to hear their voice. And we have a former board member who is joining us tonight that's going to inspire us and kind of give us an update how things are going. And I saw her on the screen. So Casimir Middleton, you can take yourself off mute if you haven't. You are up. Uh-oh, her dog. It's okay.
I'm so sorry. Hi, you guys. I'm Casimir Middleton. For the ones who don't know me, I was a prior student board member for our district. Since residing off the board, I've currently moved up north to College of the Redwoods. I'm in my sophomore year, and it's just going great. I've been playing beach volleyball, so I'm on the beach volleyball team, so staying fit. And it's everything what like I imagined, just moving away from home and getting my own peace of mind and just being my own individual. It's all worth it. And I thank you guys so much for pushing me and being there along all the ways and helping me put an extra foot in extra doors and a lot of opportunities and just being there for me. I really appreciate everything.
And Kashmir, you're currently on distance education as of right now, right?
Yes, so I currently am in the city of San Bernardino with you guys as well.
All right. Well, we are so grateful for you to stop by. She even told me like she's working and she's going to take a break. So she is actually juggling a few things just to be here with us tonight. So you are an inspiration. You're inspiration of young women's empowerment as well. And we want you to continue to do amazing things. And San Bernardino City Unified is definitely here to continue to support you all the way. So thank you so much and good to see you tonight. And make sure you're back to work on time.
Congratulations, Carol.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Congratulations,
Good to see
Kashmir.
you. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving into 2.0. 2.1, our special recognition. And I'm going to be joined with some assistants here for Michael J. Gallo, who I think, yes, I see him on my screen. He just moved on there. And we're going to—
Michael.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Good to see y'all.
Thank you.
And welcome to Myra, too.
All right. So, team, you're assisting me. We're going to move into that presentation.
Thank you, President Rogers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today for today's Board of Education meeting, the last meeting of 2020. This evening, we have the pleasure of honoring the dedicated service of former Board of Education member, Mr. Michael J. Gallo. San Bernardino City Unified School District will be recognizing his public service with a special board resolution, and the board is also presenting its own token of appreciation to Mr. Gallo. This time, I would like to turn the floor back over to Board President Gwen Rogers for comment.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Gallo, as you know, we've spent some time getting in some good trouble, and we appreciate what you have brought to the Board of Education. And I know how we're virtually, sometimes you can't see, but we do have a recognition for you, and it says, in recognition of your outstanding leadership and dedication and service to the students, parents, and staff and community of San Bernardino City Unified School District 2011 through 2020. And there it is for you to see.
You guys are great. You're embarrassing me already.
I know you wouldn't stand for this, but we appreciate you. And so I think is IT ready to help me out there?
Oh, God.
Communications has a special resolution video for us, for you.
I can imagine.
In recognition of Michael J. Gallo's exemplary service and leadership. Whereas, in November 2011, voters in San Bernardino and Highland elected Michael J. Gallo to serve on the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District, a platform that allowed him to advocate for career education programs that prepare students for success in college and careers. And, whereas, before his tenure on the Board of Education, Michael J. Gallo founded Technical Employment Training, Inc., a nonprofit business and education partnership providing extensive skills training where students earn national industry certifications and are placed into high-demand careers. And, whereas, a successful business owner in the aerospace industry, Michael J. Gallo was appointed by Governor Brown to the California Workforce Development Board in 2012, where he served as chairman of the Career Pathways and Education Committee and was a member of the executive board. And whereas, during his 9 years on the Board of Education, Michael J. Gallo served as both president and vice president, and he focused on innovation, technology development, and aligning education with workforce investment and economic development as a pathway to prosperity for our communities, resulting in the development of enduring partnerships between the district and workforce leaders. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District expresses its deep appreciation for the outstanding contributions and dedicated public service of outgoing board member Michael J. Gallo and extends best wishes to him in all future endeavors.
Wow.
Thank
Very
you.
special.
Great. And so at this time, I know that there are a few comments or more. I know that we have Dr. Vogelmer will be making comments as well. And then I believe Ashley Bitasakala, she should be on the line during this time. So we're going to open it up. And this is the time. Dr. Volkmer, you can begin.
I'll defer to Ashley, actually.
Okay.
If she's on. Ashley, did you get on?
Yes.
I didn't see. Oh, there she is.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Ashley Vitas-Alcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association. And tonight, on behalf of 3,000 members of SBTA, we would also like to thank you, Mr. Gallo, for your 9 years of service to the students and the staff of SBCUSD as our board member. We just want to thank you for the support that you've shown to our teachers, to our students, your steadfastness in bringing career technical education programs to the district and bringing a lot of awareness to that piece of our K-12 education system. We appreciate your time and your expertise, and we believe that you're leaving us in a better place than when you came. So on behalf of the members, we just want to thank you for your service. I know sometimes we didn't always see eye to eye, but we always had an open channel of communication with you, and we appreciate that. And sometimes we even got you to change your mind. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashley. And I'll come back to you, Dr. Volkmer, and I'll go to the Dr. Wyatt.
Well, thank you, Madam President. And well, Mike, first of all, I just want to say thank you. You're probably one of the main reasons why I'm here. I know I wasn't too sure if this was something I wanted to get into, and with your encouragement, motivation, and mentorship, well, we made that decision, and I've been very fortunate to be a part of an amazing board. I don't know about that little resolution presentation, but that last picture of you, boy, I think you could get into Esquire and Fortune magazine. You look pretty darn sharp. And, you've always been a sharp dresser, consummate professional in every way. I just want you to know that
that was my stunt double.
Was it? Wow, I'm gonna have to hire that guy. And I really want to say thank you for all the contributions you've made and done and created, not just for our children, but for our community and our city as well. You've really established a bar when it comes to career technical education and developing partnerships with businesses in our community. And fortunately for our students now, I always say this, and I don't take the credit, but I know we have a lot. We have like 52 career pathways with 26 certifications, and Mike, you're a huge part of that. And I think everybody here knows that. And our students, hopefully in time, will realize the benefit from such an amazing program and education and training that's going to catapult their careers, as you would say, from poverty to prosperity. And I'm not going to forget that, Mike. And I know this is definitely not the end of you and your contributions to our community and our city. Just know you'll always have my support and, more importantly, my friendship. I'm going to miss you.
Thank you, Scott.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Flores.
Well, I want to say thank you so much to my dear colleague and friend, Mike Gallo. At times we intellectually sparred, but always always hugged each other afterwards. And I loved that we were always able to discuss and share our views, even if they were different, and listen to each other's perspective. You are a giant. You're a great leader. I know that you will still continue to contribute to our community. And like Scott said, your leadership in our career technical education is, incredible, and we're great for it. And I know you'll continue to support us in doing that. When you first came on the board, I was so excited because you shared my vision of a strategic plan. And because we led that strategic plan, and all of our board, we are where we are today. And people should know that. I am going to miss you and Danny sparring and bantering back and forth.
Well, we'll see if we can continue that every once in a while, just so you don't forget.
Public comments.
But anyway, your collegiality, your friendship, just second to none. And I wish you the best. And I know we'll be in touch and so forth. And take care of your health.
Oh yeah, that's good. Thanks, Barbara. Thank you.
So
you do the same.
Yeah. Love you so much.
Love you too.
Yeah,
Dr. Hill.
Thank you. You know, Michael, we started this journey together and we had a great time running around this city and doing some good things. But I just wanted to go back to our relationship when I was assistant superintendent for county schools. That's when I first got to really know you, when we were looking for a place to store all the machinists. And you openly said, bring them out here, I'll take care of them. And we looked at them as a place to store our lemons, and you looked at them as lemons and a way to make lemonade. So we're just so glad with all you have done with our students, with TET. And I know you're going to continue with that work and support us with the career pathways. Even though you're not on the board, I know we're going to hear from you, and that's good trouble. And so we look forward to that. I'm going to miss you a lot. I'm going to ask that you not change your cell phone number so that we can contact you. And I know Ginger will still be looking for people to serve on Making Hope Happen board. Hint, hint. But just wish you the best. And again, there is so much I know you'll be doing, because you've been doing things outside of the board already. And I wish you the best and just continue what you're doing. And it's just been a joy. Gonna miss you a lot and just want you to know how much I love you. I love you.
Love you too, Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
I just wanted to say that when Mike Gallo was on the board in the beginning, before I was on the board, he pushed for college and career, and that's something that I've always appreciated from the get-go. And I know that in our district, it wasn't where it is right now, and there's still a lot of things that needs to be done. But I was just so happy that he brought that vision of career and college access for all of our students, and the career pathways, and making sure that our students, regardless if they were able to go to college or not, they had these this employment opportunity. So I appreciate that, Mr. Gallo, for all of your dedication with that, making sure that we were continuing that. And I know I was definitely pushing the A through G's, and you were there very supportive and making sure that we were addressing that avid. So I'm gonna definitely miss you. And as it was mentioned before, just the fact that we're a diverse board and we don't necessarily agree, but you always brought a perspective that sometimes it just gave us a second, to really look at the conversation, to really look at the items. So I do appreciate you, and look forward to the many things that you'll bring to our communities here and in San Bernardino.
Thanks, Abigail.
And Mr. Tillman?
Yes, and Mike, I'm gonna miss you. I think we first met when I was doing a tour with Black Future Leaders. We toured your business.
Yeah,
that's right. I had never heard of a guy named Mike Gallo, but you were hyped up then. And, we had some good discussions. So you've been doing a lot for the community for a long time. I'm going to miss our candid conversations. The great thing about talking to Mike, he's emotional, but you can't hurt his feelings. So we had some great back and forth and frank conversations. And I think that's a good thing. And I know you're going to continue to work with us. So I look forward to working with you. You know, we have like minds in terms of technology and where we want to go and the things we want to introduce all our students to. So I look forward to working with you in the future. And congratulations. Thanks for all the hard work you did on the school board.
Thanks, Danny. And Danny, could you remind us how long you've been on the school board?
25 years for elected supervisors.
One last time, Dr. Multimer.
Well, Ms. Gallo, on behalf of our cabinet, we just want to say thank you very much for everything you've done over the last 9 years. You know, you measure the impact of a person by how much good they've done. And you, as you've heard here, you've done so much good. You have fostered innovative programs. You've pushed like crazy for new, innovative types of ways to think. You've been a relentless supporter of applied learning, not just career technical education, but applied learning. We appreciate that with the idea of having kids master the standards through very, very practical application. So we very much appreciate that. Personally, I want to say I admire anybody who sticks to their principles, whether they're popular or unpopular, and you've done that. And I admire you for that. But thank you for that. You've been a good friend to me. I will miss our conversation, although I think we'll still have the conversations, maybe even a little bit more candid now, who knows. I've appreciated those phone calls and just enjoyed you immensely. Your patience with our bureaucracy, which I know you love deeply, has been a model. You've been a model of patience in helping us get through that. I do want to say, please stay in touch. We know it's so long and not goodbye. You'll keep your fingers in something. We know that. And we look forward to seeing what will come from that. I do have some advice for you. When you ride, please ride where there are no cars. Join me on the Santa Ana River Trail anytime, because there are no cars on the trail. And we'll stay together. So anyway,
yeah, being on the school board is hazardous work. I got to tell you.
Thank you very, very much for your support of cabinet and giving us, the prompts and the accountability, challenging us when we needed to be challenged, and giving the kudos when they were deserved. I very much appreciate that. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have, by the way, I'll show it. We have a certificate of recognition by newly elected 5th District Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. So we'll make sure
nice.
as well.
Thank you.
Thank Joe.
So Mr. Gallo, AKA the Bionic Man, as I've named you over the years, the scientist above all scientists, right here in our own local city. Again, as I said, I appreciate you. I know you would not have even wanted all of this, because I know how you are, but we did want you to know that we appreciate all of your work, and what you have contributed will continue on for years to come. And so I will turn it over to you for your final words, and just say again to you, thank you so much for everything you've done.
This was fantastic. Thank you, guys. I hate this stuff, and I'd like to first congratulate Myra for joining a great team, and that's what you are, really a great team. It's a diverse team. It's a fantastic organization. As Ashley mentions, 3,000 teachers, another 4,000 or 5,000 members of the other various employee groups and staff that, works as a well-oiled machine. This is kind of God's work, the way I look at this. Setting strategic direction for our city, and one of the best things we have going in our city is all of you, and now with our new school board member as well. And I wish you all the best. I'll still be, of course, actively engaged with Technical Employment Training, Inc., and my workforce board initiatives, both at the county and state level, and other community-based organization supports that I'm engaged in expansions. We've been having fun flight testing our rocket engines and rocket test vehicles that we're developing here. So it's really a great time for me professionally as well. And I'm going to miss you all. Miss the sparring, as Danny mentioned, but I'll still keep my fingers in this. Obviously, I'm still committed to applied learning, linked learning, and hands-on project-based learning, and anything that I can do as a business, as a community engaged community person. Please let me know how I can support. So I want to thank you all, and wish you a great rest of the meeting. And I will not miss getting off at about 11:55 p.m. tonight. But it's good to see all your faces, and welcome aboard to Myra as well.
Thank you, Mike. And I will give your award to you. If you continue to behave, I will make sure you get this.
Okay, that's great. Be sure to, I noticed none of the video capture had me with a mask on. which thank God, that's great. Hopefully one day we'll be back to school together again in person, and look forward to that day.
We'll remember those times. Thank you so much, and thank you. We'll
Have a good one, guys. Okay. Bye, all.
Okay. Before I move to, I think it's 3.1, and we begin the formalized part of our board. Dr. Volkemer, I understand that there are a couple of unboarders out or watching perhaps with us tonight.
Let me unmute. Yes, there are. Madam President, board, as you know, we have a very robust onboarding program for not just managers that are brand new to the management team, but anytime a manager transitions to a new job. So you'll hear some familiar faces, familiar names actually, that are going through the onboarding program. Attendance at a board meeting is part of that onboarding program. So please join me in welcoming the following people. Tamara Booker, who is a new personnel analyst with the Personnel Commission. Jorge De La Torre, the new principal at San Gorgonio High School. Irma Garcia, our new director of the Personnel Commission. David Juarez, former principal at Ramona Alessandro, who is a new assistant director in special education. Ann Pearson, who actually was in our district, left, and now is returning to the district as an assistant director, also in special education. And finally, Barbie Rowland, who is a coordinator in our special education department. So let's give them a virtual round of applause for being here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me get to my screen. We are now at 2.2, administration of oath of office for our board members.
Wow. Well, thank you, Madam President. I will be kind of presiding over the festivities this evening. Congratulations to our returning board members and to our new board member, Ms. Ceballos. We welcome you to the board and to the team of our district. We're congratulate you on winning the election, and we very much look forward to working with you as a new board member. We've already had a chance to do that. Ms. Ceballos attended virtually, of course, a cabinet meeting a little bit ago, and we had a chance to share, and it was a great experience for us. We hope you enjoyed it too, and several of us have been spending some time with her, helping her get up to speed, and we'll continue to do that. Mrs. Ceballos has elected to have Mr. Gil Navarro administer the oath of office for her, so I believe Mr. Navarro is on with us. Gil, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I'm hoping you have the script.
I've got it.
Okay, then we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. As you mentioned, my name is Gil Navarro. I have the privilege and the honor of administering the oath of office to Myra Ceballos. And Myra, I want you to repeat after me. I, in your name, raise your right hand.
I, Myra Ceballos,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and allegiance to the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of California.
That I take this obligation freely,
That I take this obligation
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
So let me introduce the Honorable Myra Ceballos. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Ceballos. Thank you, Mr. Navarro, for presiding over that special ceremony. Now it's going to be my great honor and privilege to administer the oath of office to our 3 returning board members. Congratulations to you all as well. Welcome back. We very much look forward to working with you as we continue to make headway for our district. So I'm going to ask Dr. Hill to go first. You could stand, please, Dr. Hill. If you could adjust your camera just a little bit so we can see you, that'd be great. I don't know if you can do that or not.
I can't. Can you see me now?
A little bit.
Did I adjust it the right or wrong?
You're kind of coming in and out. I think that'll do though. If you can move a little bit to your right, I think that would help. Your right.
Okay,
There you
because
are.
I can't see my.
That's perfect right there. Perfect.
Okay.
If you could raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Margaret Hill,
I, Margaret Hill,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that
I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations, Dr. Hill.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Wyatt, you're next.
All right, Dr. Volkemer, and hopefully you can see me, and then my wife's going to be joining me as
great.
I give my oath on our Bible as well, sir.
Very good. I, Scott Wyatt,
I, Scott Wyatt,
do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
I'm sorry. Yes, do solemnly swear. I'm sorry. That I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations. You are duly sworn in.
Oh, Lord.
And thank you for the community. I appreciate it.
I haven't even been asked to get up, huh? I'm like being all proactive.
President Rogers, you're next and ready. I, Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers.
I, Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, you are duly sworn in.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for all three of our candidates.
4.
All right.
Yes. Harold, 4. 4, Harold.
It was 4.
Yes.
4, Dr. Wilkerman.
You had 3 in your head. It's 4. 4, all 4 of us.
Oh no, I meant the three returning candidates.
Oh, gotcha.
The 3 returning board members and 1 new one, of course.
12 more 4.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let me get back to the screen because I hear someone. Yes.
Normally, when we have a new board member, we're allowed to say a few words. We're going to allow.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if I can, yes, I will do that. So let me get my screen ready. All right. So as Mr. Tillman mentioned, we do have a new board member, and of course we're virtually, so it's a little bit different, and we're trying to, be as normal as possible. But as you've heard tonight, we definitely want to welcome our new board member, Ms. Myra Ceballos. We are so happy to have you. And so at this time, you will now have words. You can come off mute and give your words of welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, President Rogers. Good evening, fellow board members, cabinet, Dr. Baltimore, and community. I want to start off by acknowledging that the results of this election are a reflection of God's work more than my own. It is with an enormous sense of humility and my sincerest gratitude that, of course, I accept the opportunity to serve my community through this position. I will work hard in keeping my fiduciary obligations to all constituents and stakeholders. I will do so with the following core values in mind, which are, justice, love of learning, curiosity, authenticity. These are some of the principles by which I live and by which I will operate as a board member. I want to also, I know Mr. Gallo left already. I had some words for him, but hopefully he's watching. I want to thank, the voters in the community at large for their support in making this accomplishment possible. I want to also acknowledge the unconditional support of my friends and family. I especially want to thank my son, Hijo. You will see this at some point. I just want to tell you that you are the driving force in my life. Te amo, I love you. My hope and desire for you, my son, as well as for every youth of this community, is that you all have the educational opportunities that will grant you access to a more prosperous, healthy, and happy life. Again, I also want to take a moment to acknowledge Mr. Gallo for his service and dedication. You will be missed on the board, I'm sure, and the community is grateful for your service, as am I. And then last but not least, congratulations to President Rogers, Dr. Hill, and Dr. Wyatt on their re-election. And I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Ceballos, and welcome officially to the board, San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education. Okay, and just on a note, your volume was a little low, so I don't know, we might want to check that. And then also, hopefully in some of the trainings, they did share with you when we get to portions where you would like to make comments, we put it in the chat, your name, and then I know to call upon you in the order. So I know they've been loading you up with a lot of information, but here we go.
Madam President, can I ask Ms. Ceballos, what month is your birthday?
Take a wild guess.
This one.
Touche.
December.
You missed it.
August.
You're on the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So let me go to my screen here. All right, so we're moving now to 3.1, election of officers and assignment of other responsibility. So here we will be voting on our, nominating our board president and vice president first, and then the other 4 positions, we'll do those one at a time. And keeping in mind that the appointments, we do not vote on those, we just begin to have the recommendations and whatnot, okay? So,
Madam President?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion. Are we gonna do it one by one, each position by one?
We'll do the vice president and the president, if I'm correct, Ms. Cunningham?
No. We always start with
hold on a second, because I got a couple of notes from 2. So Karen, are you there?
I'm there. You're going to start with the motion for the president, and then second, and then you'll do the motion for the vice president.
I move that we make continue Gwen Dowdy Rogers as president for another year.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion been made, and if there's no further comments, and has been a second, I'll go ahead and take the vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried, thank you. And now we will move to the vice president.
I make a motion that Dr. Scott Wyatt remain in the position as vice president.
I second it.
You nominated Scott Wyatt?
I second it.
It's gonna be a long night. Okay, there's been a motion. There's a second I hear. Okay, if there's no questions, we will go ahead and call for the vote. Dr. Wyatt, vote for yourself.
Aye. I recuse myself.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos? Uh-oh, she went away.
She got signed
She
off.
might have hit her mute and she logged off. Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried with Ms. Ceballos. I think she probably hit the wrong button. So, okay, be it resolved that the Board of Education elects Gwen Dowdy Rogers to serve as the board president for the ensuing year, and be it resolved that the Board of Education elects Dr. Scott Wyatt to serve as the board vice president for the ensuing year. Now, we will go into the appointments, and Karen, if I need to go back and do that at each one, I will.
President Rogers, do the next 2 be it resolved. You've got to vote on.
Go ahead and do those as well, okay?
Yeah.
Be it resolved that-
Ceballos is back on the line if you want to get her vote.
Okay, Ms. Ceballos, did you want to record? I know you probably actually hit the wrong button.
I did. Aye.
Aye, in that she's recorded as an aye. Okay, Karen, I'm going back. Be it resolved that the Board of Education elects. Be it resolved that the Board of Education appoints interim superintendent Harold Volkemer to serve as the board secretary until such time as the new superintendent is appointed, and Karen Cunningham to serve as assistant secretary.
Go ahead and read the second one too, and then
we will vote it together. Be it further resolved that Harold Volkemer, secretary of the board, and Karen Cunningham, assistant secretary to the board, be authorized to certify or attest to action taken by the Board of Education whenever such certification or attestations is required for any purpose as prescribed by Education Code Section 35250 and 35036.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. Now we are the first election of officers in the County Committee on School District Organization representative, and these were previous ones. Scott White, you're currently serving, was appointed to serve as a representative for the past year. The board president appoints, and it's for the you're moving forward, Scott, for the remainder of the 21-22 year.
I believe so, Madam President.
Okay.
This is my first time serving, so I'm not sure
for your full term for the ensuring year. All right, and then we have CASBA delegate assembly representative. Based on District 80A, the board is entitled to 2 representatives. Currently, the delegates are Gwen Dowdy Rogers and Scott Wyatt. The position held by Gwen Dowdy Rogers will expire March 31st, 2021. And it's odd to say the board president appoints, and this is for the upcoming term year, for the 2-year term effective April 1st, 2021 through March 31, 2023, and I do not mind continuing serving.
So, Madam President, since
Yes.
you are that board member, is it appropriate for us to make the motion? If so, I'd like to make the motion that Gwen Dowdy Rogers continue in that position.
All right.
As a delegate on the board for the next year.
And I second.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there any other discussion? If not, I'll take the vote. Mr. Tillman? Is he on or off? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Karen, I'm going to pause as I go to the representatives on these committees. We don't need to vote on these. We just need to plug in here.
Okay, on all these, they're strictly appointments. So basically what you will do is read that sentence, and if you want to appoint somebody that's not there, you just ask them if they want it. They'll say yes or no, and then you move on. You don't have to vote.
The rest of the, okay. So for the Education Bridge Committee, we obviously have a vacancy in there where currently Mr. Gallo, myself, and Dr. Wyatt served as representatives. I don't think we had, I thought at one time we did have an alternate, but I'm not seeing one here. So with anyone interested in joining the Education Bridge Committee, I'll look at people to see if I can appoint the Education Bridge Committee, which is our connection to our city, you know, in partnering with them for the work that we do in order to see what we can do on our education side to build up our students in connecting to their city. Are there any?
I could, if nobody else wants to do that, I can.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will put in here, we will take out Mr. Gallo and we will add Ms. Rosales Medina, and myself and Dr. Wyatt will continue to serve on those for this upcoming 2021-22 year. Okay, the budget subcommittee. Currently we have Dr. Flores, we have Michael Gallo, Scott Wyatt, and Danny Tillman is the alternate serving as representatives. We know that, again, there's a vacancy there because Mr. Gallo is no longer on there. Would someone like to be on the budget committee? That is not, or Mr. Tillman, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Besides the ones that are on?
Other than, well, besides the ones that are on, but there's a vacancy unless we move, Mr. Tillman wants to be on the budget committee. And then we just don't have an alternate at this time.
I'll go ahead and get on the committee.
Okay, so we'll move Mr. Tillman over to the committee.
Does Mr. Bias want to be an alternate?
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Ms.
Yeah,
Ceballos?
I would recommend that.
Okay, so Ms. Ceballos, we will put that down, Karen.
If she wants it, I'm not
I'm looking at her. I didn't see a.
Okay.
Are you okay? I can see. Okay, I saw. I didn't see any reservation. Very good. Okay, and now the Charter Schools Subcommittee. We have, again, Mr. Gallo is on there, Ms. Rosales Medina, and Dr. Wyatt. And I do not see an alternate. So let me get back to the screen. Is anyone interested in joining the Charter School Subcommittee? Okay, I don't hear any. How many do we have? Mr. Jones.
We have 2.
Okay, so just 2. Yeah, I'm looking. So
we need one more, right?
One more person to serve on that. Is there any takers? For the charter.
That's another good one for Myra.
Myra's like, look. Myra, are you I mean, you don't have to, we're very, we love to get everybody involved, but it's okay if you say, no, I got you.
No. That's fine.
Okay, great. Okay, so we will.
Or am I still kind of low?
Okay, yeah, you're a little low, but I can hear you a little bit. So,
all right, good job, Myra.
Ms. Cunningham, you have that one. So moving over to this one, currently on the Curriculum Instruction Subcommittee, we have Dr. Flores, myself, and Mr. Tillman. I'm okay continuing to serve. Dr. Flores, are you okay?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Tillman, you're okay with that one?
What committee is this?
This is the Curriculum and Instruction Subcommittee.
If someone else wants it, they can take it.
Anybody? Other than that, we have 3. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Facility Subcommittee representatives, we had Mr. Gallo, we had Ms. Rosales Medina, and we had Dr. Wyatt, and then we had Dr. Hill serving as an alternate. Dr. Hill, do you mind moving over?
I have no problem doing that, Madam President.
Okay, so we'll do that, and if there's someone that wants to serve as an alternate, please let me know. Don't have a problem with that. I think at one time I did. And you know what? You can go ahead and put me on the facilities, Karen, as an alternate as well. IT and Communications Subcommittee representative. Currently, there's Dr. Flores, there is Mr. Gallo, and there's Mr. Tillman on the committee. So that means there is an opening. Does anyone want to get on the IT and Communications Subcommittee as a representative? If not, I'll go ahead and join that one. Karen, you have that? Okay, and the Policy Committee Subcommittee is currently Dr. Flores, Dr. Hill, Ms. Rosales Medina, and Mr. Gallo was an alternate on that one. And not that we're all, do I hear anybody mentioning anything? If not,
Dr. Wyatt, I think was on as an alternate, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't mind being an alternate.
You want to?
That's a pretty busy one.
And we asked that again, if anybody want to rotate out, because yeah, Dr. Wyatt we kind of had some, he wasn't, but it was really Mike, but we had it from the previous time. But if anybody wants to move themselves out of the actual committee and to bring him in, then please let us know that. That way, he can be a little bit more involved and learn. But other than that, all right, I think we are through.
Was there any that particularly Myra wanted to be on?
Myra was picked up on 2. I didn't hear her. Poor Myra. She's like, look, let me look, you guys.
No,
but if there was something else,
if there's something she wants that likes and passionate about,
the policy subcommittee alternate sounds like a interesting one.
Okay.
But I have years.
And that again, that's why I asked if anybody want to move out. And I do think in the future board, this is just making a special note. it is important knowledge for all board members to learn. So if we can, I wanted to get on it, but I understand there's others that are on it, but maybe we can look at that going down the road to be able to, even if you switch out and become an alternative, because I think every board member should have the opportunity to look at two important, not that they all are not, but the budget committee is also important. One, and kudos to you, Myra, you did what I couldn't do in 5 years. So, but know that that's good, because it's good knowledge for us to know what's happening with the budget, and likewise what's going on when we're talking about policy. But we appreciate you all that are serving, and we will move from there.
President Rogers?
Yes.
I just want to clarify. Are we moving Myra in as an alternate and not Scott, or are we doing Scott for the policy? I just want to make sure.
I think Scott was still remain. I don't know. Did you come out, Scott, as an alternative?
I don't mind coming off if Myra wants to be on it. I'm on quite a few already.
Okay. So Myra, we'll put you on as an alternate that's the policy committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, and Ms. Cunningham will capture all of this, so we'll get it right this time, because for some reason, we kept putting Scott on, and it was really, Mr. Gallo. So this night has a lot of information, so it can get kind of cumbersome. Okay. All right, I think I'm good to go. All right, I'm moving on, Karen, to 3.2. The annual consideration and adoption of the current district board policies. And I don't believe there's a vote on this. Is there a vote?
Yes, there's a vote. You need a motion.
Madam President, so moved.
Here we are. Okay. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Be it resolved that the Board of Education adopt all existing board policies until revised or revoked by the board. Board bylaws 9310 states that the board shall review certain policies annually as required by Education Code 35160.5. If no revisions are deemed necessary, the minutes shall indicate that the review was conducted. Other policies shall be mentioned and reviewed as specified in the policy itself, or as needed to reflect changes in law or district circumstances. And I will take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Okay. All right. Section number 3.3, recess as the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. And at this time, the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District will now recess its regular board meeting. You hear me banging over here? All right. And we will move. My computer's stuck. 4.1, call to order the organizational and annual meeting of the San Bernardino Schools Financing Corporation is now in session. Are there any comments in here? Mrs. Cunningham?
There will be no public comments.
Okay.
But do 4.2 next.
I will go now to 4.2. 4.2 is designation and election of officers. All right. Be it also resolved that, is that Dr. Volkermer in?
No, it's you.
Wait, I scrolled too far. Be it resolved that Gwen Dowdy Rogers has been elected as the corporation's vice president. Be it resolved that, my screen, hold on. Be it resolved, let me start at the top again. My screen slipped.
President
All right.
Rogers, can I say something really quick? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and you'll get a nomination for the president, and then you'll do the one for the vice president.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam President, I
go ahead.
nominate you to be president of to be the corporation president.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll take the vote. Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
and Gwen Rogers, aye. And motion carried. Okay, and then that's the be it resolved that Gwen Dowdy Rogers be elected as the corporation's president. Now we will go to the second one for the vice president. Is there a motion?
Madam President, this is Dr. Flores again. I nominate Dr. Scott Wyatt to be the
Second.
corporation's vice president.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, I will take the vote. Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye, thank you.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Be it resolved that Dr. Scott Wyatt be elected as the corporation's vice president. All right. Be it resolved. Well, I want to read this and I want to vote. So let me see. Be it resolved that the interim superintendent Harold Volkemer be appointed as the corporation's secretary and treasurer until such time as the new superintendent is approved. Is there a motion?
Madam
can
President,
read-
Madam
you can read the
President,
second
I need to read the whole thing and with you and Dr. Wyatt and then Dr. Volkemer, and then we can all vote on it. I'll
go. So I'll go to the second. I'll do the last two, and then you can vote on those together since we did the others. So be it also resolved that this interim superintendent Harold Volkemer be appointed as a corporation secretary and treasurer until such time as the new superintendent appointed. Be it further resolved that Karen Cunningham be appointed as the corporation's assistant secretary.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second. If there's no further discussion, I will take the vote on the last two. Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina, Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
and Gwen Rogers, aye. Okay. And Karen, I saw that. They didn't have to. Okay. We are now moving 4.3. Are there public comments? I
President
think-
Rogers, there was no public comments for this?
Okay. All right, I'm going now to 4.4. Adjournment of the Board of Directors of the San Bernardino Schools Financial Corporation. And it says, the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District will now reconvene its regular board meeting. All right, we are now at 5.0, which is 5.1, our closed session, but are there any public comments for closed session?
No, Madam President, there are none.
All right, well, we will move to 5.2. We will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you thus far for laboring with us tonight, and we will be back shortly. Board members, let's log out and log into our closed session. Okay, let me get back. We are now 5.2, moving to 6.1. Get my computer. All right, be it resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number CI 20-21-02 in the amount of $18,000.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, because I can't hear you guys. Okay, it's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, I will take a vote. Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina, Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 6.2. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to suspend without pay for 5 days the following classified employee for his employment with the district, HR class 20-21-02 ER.
So move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we will take the vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 6.3, be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation to disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss the following classified employee from his or her employment with the district, HR class 20-21-06 ER.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, let's take the vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye. Dr.
Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 6.4, be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss the following classified employee from his or her employment with the district, HR class 20-21-07 ER.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, I will take the vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. We are now moving into our public hearing, 7.1, and we will now hear a public hearing to receive comments from the public regarding consideration to enter into the Energy Conservation Services contracts for the design, installation, and construction of energy conservation measures at the district site listed as authorized by Government Code Section 421712. And at this time, board, we will discuss and vote on this directly in the next 7.2. And so at this time, the hearing is open. And are there any comments or questions?
President Rogers, there were no public comments for this item.
All right. At this time, I will now move to close the public hearing.
I had a question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So just for clarification, Ms. Christakis, all these sites are going to potentially have a solar installed?
Yes, so it's up to 61 sites. We will start with, we'll be doing them in a series. In fact, on the next agenda item, Mr. Pace is going to give you an overview on it. So a couple of the smaller sites, we may not do it. We wanted to bring the public hearing forward and the approval forward for all of those 61 sites, but most likely we'll do a majority of them.
And I would just, I mean, this is great. I mean, compared to where we were at just a few years ago, this is exciting to me. And I hope that in doing the solar, that we also look at using electricity for a host of other things in terms of, maybe be able to replace the natural gas at the sites, maybe be able to purchase cars that are electric and use the power we're generating from our sites to power the cars and go as much green as possible. That'd be great. It'd be great for the environment, but also a huge cost saving for the district if we could produce enough power to power everything that we use day to day in the school districts sites.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. We'll be looking at all sorts of energy savings measures, and the board's been champions in this regard, and we have saved a lot of money through our energy savings as well as the first 10 solar projects.
Thank you.
Madam President, I also have a comment.
Go ahead.
Janie, I would like you to share with the public how much we're going to save going this route.
Sure. So the kilowatt, and we were going to talk about this on the next item on point 2, but we're going to have an average kilowatt cost of about just under 12 cents. Some sites will be 8 cents depending on the amount of energy they generate. So with Edison, we pay up to 20 cents. You know, it depends on peak time and peak hours. So this is going to save a considerable amount of money. I think it's over $40 million over the next 20 years. So, and again, Mr. Pace will have some of the details on that, but it is, the more money we save in energy, obviously, is more money for education and other things that we can do for our students. And so we're really excited. Again, this was something the board asked us to do.
Right.
And I want to give Mr. Pace and Mr. Precy a lot of credit for all the work they've done to get us to this point.
And then my next question, I was going to wait till it was, on a consent, but I wonder what is the cost of the installation for the 61 sites, and how long is it going to take to upgrade them?
So it's a purchase power agreement. And so we will just be paying that cost of the energy. There's no cost. In fact, Mr. Pace, are you in here somewhere? I don't see him. But
yes, ma'am, I'm here.
I'm going to let Mr. Pace give you an update. The contract alone was a lot of work that he, legal, and the team has done. And so I'm really, really grateful for their work. Go ahead, Tom.
So appreciate it, Janie. And we are excited by the prospects of clean energy in the district. This will, if we achieve 61 sites worth of solar, we will be 100% clean energy. A power purchase agreement requires that the energy provider finance, design, install, and maintain the system. In exchange, we guarantee that we will buy the power generated from the solar facilities. So for us, it's a zero cost investment, and it caps our electrical use for the next 25, or energy rate for the next 25 years.
Okay. So substantial savings. You haven't estimated it, have you?
We have. So if we achieve all 61 sites, the savings will easily top $40 million over the next 25 years.
And how long is it going to take to upgrade all the 61 sites? What's the projected time frame?
Roughly 3 years.
3 years. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right, great. I don't see any other comments, board. So if not, the public hearing is closed, and we will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. If there's no further discussion, then I will take a vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Ceballos? Mr. Ceballos? Okay, thank you. Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Moving to 7.3. Here we will now consider the adoption of the tentative agreement, reopener Article 4, or I'm sorry, 4, wages, Article 14, leaves, and Article, just trying my Roman numerals, 14, of reimbursements, expenses, and materials between the San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employees Association and its Chapter 183. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Board President, I have one.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if I didn't say I was opening the public hearing on this one. I want to make sure I did that. Go ahead.
Okay, this is from an anonymous person. I would like to speak on the item related to the proposed stipends for classified employees. As this proposal is written, an employee working 8 hours per day, 12 months per year, earning $15 per hour would gross an additional $234 per month. An employee earning $50 an hour would gross an additional $780 per month. The $50 an hour employee could possibly exceed the annual salary of the employee's supervisor. Currently, a classified management employee with a master's degree receives an additional $100 a month only if they hold a position as a director. Lower level classified management employees do not receive any type of an education stipend if they have a degree exceeding the requirements of their job. How is this fair or justified? The current education stipend given to some classified employees is based on a first come, first served basis. It is my understanding that there is some level of degree verification conducted. If an employee has a master's degree in engineering, but they hold a position that does not require engineering experience, how does that degree warrant extra pay? Does the reimbursement committee do any analysis in determining whether the degree benefits the position other than basing the decision on when the request was received? And why is it required that proof be resubmitted on a yearly basis? Nonetheless, school police officers, including police management, have been receiving education stipends for several years. School police personnel do not need to resubmit proof of education on a yearly basis. The degree does not go away, nor does the additional stipend pay. If one group of classified employees receive an education stipend, all classified unit members, including confidential and classified manager employees, should be afforded with the same benefits. Lastly, the stipend should be ongoing. Resubmitting proof is busy work and a waste of manpower hours. Thank you. That's all, Madam President.
No other. Thank you. All right. I will now close the public hearing. I'm banging over here. Do I have a motion? Or
so moved.
Can't see you guys.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second, I believe I heard. And if there's no further discussion, I will take a vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
I think I hear you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Flores? Is she on? Dr. Flores? Don't hear Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
And I'll call for, and Gwen Rogers, aye. Is Dr. Flores off the screen? Okay, all right, motion carried. And we will now move to 8.0, 8.1, public comments. Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Yes, we have.
And I'm going, okay, and I'll read the statement. Okay, public comments is a time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdictions, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district, comments on programs, services, or operations of the district, or fiscal matters of the district. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. Pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N29-20, dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act are suspended. With the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building, members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting via email until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district's website and Facebook. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. All comments on one subject matter are limited to a total of 30 minutes. Comments will be read by a facilitator. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability from making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, thank you. Our first comment is from Anna Gonzalez. She is the president of the Chicano Latino Caucus of San Bernardino County. Good evening, SBC USD board members, staff, and beloved community. On behalf of the Chicano Latino Caucus of San Bernardino County, we want to congratulate Mayra Ceballos on her election to the SBCUSD Board of Education. We are positive and hopeful that she will help change the course of this board to make sure students and families of this district have the opportunities and resources they need to be successful. We are in a fight for equity and inclusion, and we will serve as a resource to help achieve this. Congratulations, Board Member Ceballos. We are very proud of you, and congratulations to Board Members Hill and Rogers on their re-election. Sincerely. The next one is from Fatima Christerna Adami. She is the Senior Director in the Inland Empire for the California Charter Schools Association. On behalf of our association and member charter schools, we wanted to congratulate members Gwen Rogers, Dr. Margaret Hill, and Dr. Scott Wyatt on the re-election, and welcome Ms. Myra Ceballos on her election to this great board. We also want to thank Mr. Gallo for his countless years of service to this board and the support of all children in the district. As a lifelong resident, we know we will continue to watch him work tirelessly to support the city and residents in many other capacities. The California Charter Schools Association is the membership and professional organization serving the vast majority of the over 1,300 public charter schools in the state of California. Our mission is to increase student achievement by strengthening and expanding access to high-quality free public charter school education. Currently, there are 51 charter schools in San Bernardino County. This board authorized 13 of those independent charter schools. Our county is also home to some of the state's oldest charter schools, like the Lewis Center, currently celebrating 30 years of operation, and Powell Charter Academy, celebrating 20 years of service in the city. Charter schools vary in programs and size. For example, programs that focus on entrepreneurship and creating the next wave of business owners in our communities, or train the next team of public safety officers. We have 100 student charter schools and 2,000 plus student charter schools, all providing unique programs for students and families. On behalf of the almost 4,000 charter school students and their families in the city of San Bernardino, we welcome Ms. Ceballos to the board, and we look forward to our continued partnership with the school district staff and board. The next one is from Anonymous. We heard from the interim superintendent that the district has explored options for an early retirement incentive and has options ready to consider. While we appreciate knowing the district has done its research, why are you waiting until January or February to make a decision and then notify staff? By doing that, you give staff very little time to consult with financial advisors, family, etc., especially since certificated staff must provide written intent to retire by the end of March. This district and board always talks about the respect they have for the staff and that they have the well-being of the staff in mind, but by not providing the information early, it clearly shows a lack of respect. Please reconsider your timeline and give people enough time to make this decision if you are planning on offering this. And if you are not, have enough respect to tell staff that it is not an option this year. Thank you. Next comments from Lori. She's a parent. I came across this on the California Department of Education, stated on December 8th that State Superintendent Tony Thurmond announced additional educator trainings and grants to address equity and learning gaps, and that the CDE will award grants of up to $20,000 each to schools, districts, and charter schools that can demonstrate how they will address equity and opportunity gaps by utilizing the funds to target educators or students' needs in distance learning, in-person instruction, or hybrid models. Funds can be used for a variety of purposes, including professional development, family engagement, or other activities that strengthen student learning and connections. So I'd like to ask, when our district and school sites when will our district and school sites receive this grant? Where and how will this grant be used? And will parents be notified on where or how this grant will be spent? Thank you for your time, and looking forward to hearing from someone within our district with my question answered above. Next one is from Richard, classified employee. Good evening, board. I wanted to address you because there seems to be a discrepancy on how assignments are being given during this COVID shutdown. I am a custodian for the school district. Since we are not working 5 days a week at the sites because of the safe at home order, My administrator assigns me videos to watch and answer questions on student mental health and safety. I don't understand why these assignments aren't uniform across the district. I have assignments to do while my custodian colleagues at other sites aren't being assigned the same modules that I must do. I feel that there should be a uniform process district-wide that the district should be using to keep classified employees engaged. I was also told that rec aides and other classified workers are being asked to do the same by their administrators. We all should either have to do the same assignments or modules at home, or none of us should have to do them. I feel like administrators are just creating stuff for us to do at home because we are not working on site. Thank you. Next one is from Nancy Richardson, a concerned citizen. I am a retired public school mathematics teacher from the Corona Norco Unified School District. I have lived in the San Bernardino Mountains for nearly 30 years and have substituted in the RIM district. It is unconscionable that schools are not open after 10 months into the so-called pandemic. Children do not transmit COVID to other children nor to healthy adults. Suicides are up 800%, including children taking their lives on Zoom. All this for a 99.96% chance of surviving COVID. Only 2 children in the entire state of California have died exclusively of COVID in the 0 to 17-year-old range. Time to get back to teaching the students in a normal setting. Open now and prevent further suicides and domestic violence. Otherwise, you are complicit to the psychological and physical harm that will continue to occur. Teachers who care about the children need to go on strike against their own unions, prioritizing lives over paychecks, which they have not lost during this time, constituting a huge disconnect with what is happening in the real world. I encourage teachers to call in sick as a protest and strip the district of attendance funds for a minimum of 2 weeks. If teachers don't stand up to the unions, I urge parents to pull their children out of public schools. The students aren't getting an equal education anyway. I would love to see parents form a class action lawsuit to get a refund of the money they are paying to educate their children. Many parents have to work, children aren't being monitored, and most parents are telling me their children are despondent and teachers say they are failing. I have a number of testimonials from teachers, parents, and students, but time prohibits those today. Remote teaching is an impossible learning experience, and to think otherwise is folly. Enough is enough. Teachers, parents, and students cannot thrive under these conditions. Students are missing out on social events again, scholarships again, equal opportunities for employment again, and equal access to colleges again. Give the kids a break and give them a chance in life. The cure cannot be worse than the disease. Open the schools now. Save lives. The next one is from Christy Sepulveda Burchett. My public comment today is on behalf of both Educate Advocate and Stand Up San Bernardino County. At the last meeting, your board voted to keep schools closed for in-person learning for the rest of the school year. This is a travesty and harms the mental, physical, and spiritual well-being of students. Students were already behind, and virtual learning will keep them in this position. Suicides, depression, anxiety are increasing among students stuck in virtual learning. Students in ESL and special education are suffering most acutely, not to mention low-income minority students. Your board needs to look at the science and reevaluate your position. On our website, we have science on this topic, articles, and videos. Reopen in-person learning. And she listed a website, which is educateadvocateca.com. The next one is from the Inland Congregations United for Change. In recent review of your facilities webpage, we found that there is a proposed project to build a brand new school police station at the cost of over $10 million. This is an absolute misuse of school district money that should be spent on updating school buildings for our most needy students. You should also be reminded you're on the verge of a loss of funding from the state and will be having to make major cuts. Is this a wise use of precious dollars? The district's small police force should move into the local police station or find space in an empty building. Police do not need a multi-million, multi-story police building while you have school buildings falling apart and San Bernardino residents struggling to make ends meet. Oops. My next one, this is from Tim Edmondson. I am the owner of Art Specialties, and we specialize in digitally printed graphics for schools. My company has developed a line of hands-free, safely distanced floor games so your students can safely play together as we climb out of the valley of COVID-19. The products I want to introduce you to today are called Afoot Prints. We named our products Afoot Prints because all of our games are played afoot, which means there's no need to sanitize game surfaces after they are used. Our products are also designed to keep a safe distance between players at all times. The games are challenging, fun, and easy to install. They can be applied to concrete, asphalt, carpet, or linoleum, so they work well outside or inside. Our products are already being used at daycare facilities and a few local schools that have already opened with much success. The games can either be purchased individually or as packages. We offer discounts if you order in bulk. Each game has a QR code for instructions on how to install and how to play. I'm sure you are all looking forward to a safe return to in-person learning, whether it's this school year or next, and I'm happy to inform you that my company has the perfect solution to help incorporate physical education and recess into your school day. And their website is afootprints.com. And my next one is from a parent. What grace is being given to our students? Are you going to allow teachers to fail half the school? And this one is from a community member. The United States Census Bureau recently released its figures on the most impoverished large cities in the country. San Bernardino is the second poorest large city in the U.S. This year, 2020, this year of unprecedented unemployment, homelessness, and poverty, this board voted unanimously to gift a board member's daughter $439,000 to house her elementary charter, Savant, on a middle school campus, Del Vallejo, in the middle of a pandemic, all the while professing to keeping teachers and kids safe when we return to our schools. Is hope happening for these children? A handful of students that are not from our district received valuable space. For example, Del Vallejo Special Ed Building, STEM Lab, Computer Yearbook Lab, and more, totaling 11 classrooms. What about social distancing? Even with the vaccine, we will still need to social distance for the school year 2021-22. What about saving lives? Why force our special education department, children and teachers in classrooms not designed for their special needs? Special education funds paid for that building for the students at Del Vallejo, as it did for all middle school students in the district. Why deprive our community? The district informed Del Vallejo staff that a parent center is a luxury, apparently one that our community does not deserve, one of the classrooms given to the elementary charter. Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy has over 600 students this year, and we cannot even get Savant's small number of student enrollment occupying the much needed classrooms. Why target an underprivileged community of taxpayers and voters? Okay, are you sorry? All right, we're good. Sorry. Why target an underprivileged community of taxpayers and voters where 95% of the school's population lives below the poverty level? The money gifted to Savant, $439,000, is slated for renovations, including a fence blocking Del Vallejo students from common areas and a play area for the elementary school charter. There was a district special education charter occupying half the space in the special ed building. We had been trying to have them removed from our campus for years. Now, all of a sudden, they are gone. Why now? Why have our concerns not been addressed? Comments will continue until our voices are heard. There has been a lot of construction occurring on district properties. One former board member is said to have several small construction companies. Who is getting Savant's contract and who has been receiving district contracts for construction over the past 5 years? Perhaps someone should file a public records request under the state of California's open records rules. It is a shame that a taxpayer would have to file to get this information. My understanding of the statute is that the records must be made available for public inspection and review. The rules are there to safeguard the public's interest, the taxpayer's interest. Since this board has refused to answer any of the questions or concerns posed, the public is free to draw its own conclusions. Why are you devaluing an entire population of underprivileged children for a charter that belongs to a board member's daughter? The district has paid to rekey the classrooms promised by this board to Savant. What is that in addition? What is that? An addition of $10,000 or more? After 10 years, the homeless population is miraculously removed from behind 7-Eleven, a stone's throw away from our school. Why is this important, one may ask? Because the homeless has been occupying our campus for years, in our cafeteria, the overpasses, and our classrooms. Savant now has their own key for Del Vallejo, and approximately 2 weeks after receiving the key, the city moved the homeless from behind 7-Eleven. The sad part about it is that this was not done for the safety of the community children that attend our school, but for a board member's daughter and the goddaughter of another board member. And my last public comment is from Anonymous. During the early months of the pandemic, this board stated that Savant Charter would be second to Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy. At this time, Savant is working from Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy's campus, but our staff and students are prohibited from being on our site. The district said we would be able to use 3 rooms for the 2020-21 school year that were given to Savant. Since we are now in quarantine and doing distance learning, those classrooms, including Del Vallejo's teacher's room, will be given to Savant, and compensation is nowhere in the works for Del Vallejo's staff. The district promised a workroom for teachers and a STEAM lab for students, none of which are near completion, even though this board said it would be done by October 2020. This pandemic has only given Savant the ability to work from our site while our students are struggling using distance learning. I invite any board member to go to Del Vallejo and see that Savant staff is there working all week long. The staff at Del Vallejo does not matter to this board. Tom Pace promised that our new STEAM lab will be up and ready by October. As of December 15th, that room is gutted and there isn't even tile on the floor. Also, there is a multi-purpose room that is going to Savant. I wonder how many parents in our community feel as though a parent center, teacher workroom, and STEAM lab is a luxury. That is what our superintendent called it, a luxury. Del Vallejo staff were to enjoy what was ours for 1 more year, then get a comparable room to replace it. The multipurpose room is completed and ready for Savant, but Del Vallejo still has no teacher workroom. Does this seem right or fair? According to this board, that is a luxury that we don't need. The construction for Savant has been in full motion, while Del Vallejo is still waiting for classrooms to be reinforced so that the homeless don't use our classrooms as their new place of living. How long do you think we will stand mute? As of now, the staff has met with CTA and we will continue. How much do you want Del Vallejo to stand by and say nothing? As of now, the staff has met with California Teachers Association, and until this issue is resolved, we will continue to get support until our voices are heard loud and clear throughout the community and the city as well. That's all the public comments, Madam President.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I was having you'll see me on there twice, but something was going crazy with the internet. Thank you for that. And again, Dr. Volkmer, I'm sure those are all duly noted and you will be reaching out in the areas for clarity. All right, 9.0, moving into 9.1, our reports and comments by union organizations. The first one is our San Bernardino Teachers Association. Is there a representative?
Yes, good evening again, Ms. Rogers.
Good evening.
President Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Volkmer. I am Ashley Vitasal-Keller, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. First, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Dr. Wyatt, and Dr. Hill on their re-election to the SBCUSD Board of Education. I would also like to give congratulations and welcome to Ms. Ceballos on her election to the board. We hope to continue working with all of you as we weather through this pandemic and hopefully get back to some sense of normalcy at some point in the future, hopefully sooner than later. And as I mentioned earlier this evening, SBTA also would like to thank Mr. Gallo for his years of service to the students and employees of the district. I'd also like to take a moment tonight to thank the board for making the courageous decision at the last board meeting to extend distance learning through the end of the 2020-2021 school year. Since you last met, the COVID-19 numbers in the school district and county have continued to rise, doubling the number of cases per 100,000, which is now at 60, and our positivity rate is now at 20%. In order to move to a lower tier than purple, you have to be under 7 cases per 100,000. We are definitely still moving in the wrong direction. And as of last week, we're currently under a stay-at-home order again due to the ICU capacity for Southern California's region at dangerously low levels. Riverside County, just our neighbor to the southeast, is now hitting 0% of ICU capacity. Also, learning the last time that the board met, children ages 5 to 19 had 1,393 cases within our district. That number is now over 2,399, an increase of over 1,000 more positive cases amongst our youth within our district in less than 1 month. Although it's been very encouraging that the first vaccines are being delivered and distributed within our state this week, until they are widely available to our employees in this community, these numbers confirm that the safest way for us to deliver instruction remains keeping all students and staff in distance learning. We thank the board for continuing to keep our safety as your #1 priority. I'd also like to wish all of you a very happy holiday season and remind everyone that we must continue to be vigilant as this virus is still very prevalent in our communities. Please don't forget to do your part to flatten the curve. Wear your mask, wash your hands, and take care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 9.2 California School Employees Association. Is there a representative?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Darcy. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening, President Rogers, Superintendent Dr. Volkmer, board members and cabinet. My name is Nursey Garcia, and I am here to speak on behalf of CSEA 183. I would like to take this time and opportunity to welcome and congratulate to our SBCUSD family, our new board member, Mayra Ceballos. We are a family and we do stick together. And I would like to also congratulate our re-elect board members, President Rogers, Dr. Scott Wyatt, and Dr. Hill. I want to thank you for looking out for the well-being of our students, classified employees, and our certificated employees. It is during this difficult times is when our unions are working very closely with the district officials to make sure everyone is taken care of. And I want to thank you for approving our MOU 2% raise for our classified employees. This will help our classified families as they face this pandemic. We are thankful that we have our jobs, which many companies have closed, causing families to lose their jobs. Also, on behalf of Personnel Commission Board and staff, I would like to wish you happy holidays and a Merry Christmas to all your families, and to please stay safe. God bless you.
Thank you. 9.3 Communication Workers of America. Is there a representative?
There are no comments from CWA.
All right. And 9.4 San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Is there a representative? I don't hear any. Okay, if not, I will go ahead and move down to 10.0 presentations. We have 10.1 First Interim Report and Budget and Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan and Budget Overview for Parents Update.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, this evening, Janie and her team have prepared the first piece of the budget cycle for you called the First Interim Report. It's designed to give you an update on our spending so far this year in relation to the budget that you passed for last June for the 2021 school year, as well as a look into the future to determine how we're positioned, give you an indication of how we're positioned for the upcoming year. A little bit early, but Janie will give you some preliminary figures, and then we're going to kill a couple other birds with one stone or one presentation in terms of our requirements for the new learning continuity and attendance plan update. So we'll turn it over to Janie and her team. Thank you for the work that you've done in preparing all of this, Janie.
Thank you, Dr. Volkmer. And right before I get started, I just want to thank Ms. Janet King and her team for all their work in preparing this. You can go ahead and move to the next slide, David. So here's our discussions for this evening, typical areas to discuss on our interim reports, and then Anna will wrap it up with the LCAP update. Next slide. The Legislative Analyst Office released their California Fiscal Outlook for 21-22. They noted that the COVID-19 pandemic has been an unprecedented disruption to California's economy. They did talk about some revenues, and they call it a windfall, not a surplus. A windfall because it's one time, and it will help with the operating deficits for 21-22, but also show those deficits in the subsequent years. It's a little early now. We don't know what this second closure, how it will impact the state. And we'll note a few times this evening that we're waiting for the governor's January budget proposal. The legislature will have a lot of demands on those one-time dollars. If you'll recall, instead of being cut drastically, they deferred money to us, which meant we have to borrow to pay our bills. And so the legislative analyst is recommending they pay down those deferrals, provide some additional one-time funding for student academic support, and to pay down future pension costs. The state budget in future years, declining enrollment, rising pension costs, and uncertainty related to the economic recovery will be something that we'll be grappling with for some time. Next slide. This is from the LAO's report. You can see the gray bar on the left. What happened is the budget turned out better than the Department of Finance had projected. It's one-time funding. You can see the little red line next to it that shows there's still an operating deficit, so ongoing expenditures higher than ongoing revenues, and that continues to grow as costs continue to increase over the projection period, and similar to our budget. Next slide. So the update that Dr. Volkamer talked about, Ms. King put together that a little higher revenue than we thought in June. And then there's been some savings related to salaries, transportation, utilities, and contracts of $19.2 million, little extra carryover than what we anticipated in June. And so it increased our fund balance by $23.6 million. We adopted the budget with a $10.5 million deficit, and that means we'll have a swing to have a positive 11 million. This is very important, and we're thankful for this because this will help us with the 21-22 school year. Next slide. So just some of our major assumptions. We have a 0% COLA for our projection period, which is the 3 years. If the governor and the Department of Finance fund a COLA, that will be really great for our projection. Our assumptions include that we'll align our enrollment with our staffing, because our enrollment went down, and that those changes will occur through attrition. There's significant increases in salary costs as we move through the projection period. We'll show you a table that reflects that. This year, you'll see that revenues and expenditures are higher because we received $86.9 million in those one-time fundings. And then the multi-year projections, we show that we should make about $8.4 million in cuts for next year, so that of ongoing, so the following year is $48.1 million. A lot's going to change between now and budget adoption, and we'll continue to keep you updated. Next slide. This chart you've seen several times. The first column shows where we were in 12-13, the first year of LCFF. The red line that goes across is our revenue increases, and then the bars show our expenditures. If you go to the bar with 2021, which is our estimate for this current year, you can see where the revenues went up because we received those one-time dollars from the government, and then expenditures going up as we're preparing our schools, and we provided technology and other equipment for distance learning. And then you can see then the revenue goes back to where we were in 2019-20 into the projection period. When we get to 22-23, we will be funded on our actual enrollment in ADA. Next slide. This chart's a lot of numbers, but it shows on line 2 what we're projecting for decreases in LCFF, and you see quite a jump in 22-23 because we no longer will receive the hold harmless of the 2019-20 ADA. And then if you go down in that same column to line 4, you'll see a circle, and that's where the PERS and STIRS costs goes up quite a bit. And so that's almost 10 million just in PERS and STIRS for our district. So that's what makes the year so challenging. So hopefully we're going to, work with our legislature and talk to them about using some of those that funding to pay down the pension costs. Next slide. Our multi-year projection. David, can you click that? You saw the actuals in September, so I won't go through all of that. The next, another click takes us to where we adopted the budget. And then if you can click one more time, David, this is where we are this year. So I'm gonna walk through this. Our beginning fund balance of 51.5 million, that's total general fund, unrestricted and restricted. That revenues you see is a little higher because we received those one-time funds, even above what we thought in June. Expenditures are correlated higher as well. The increase in the ending fund balance that you saw on the previous slide of 22.5 million. So we project our ending balance will be 74 million. If you go down to see what we'll be using the ending balance, we have reserves for restricted ending balances that can't be used for general operations of 30.7 million. The 15.6 million we must set aside, and then reserve for deficit spending, because as you move through the projection period, you see bigger deficits. So I won't go line by line on those. We'll be bringing you a new multi-year at the second interim, and we'll also give you some updates in January. Next slide. And then board, there's a lot of uncertainty ahead of us. We're not alone in this. This is across the world. Our whole nation is dealing with a lot of things with declining enrollment, the impacts from COVID, increases in costs and revenues not, keeping pace with that. So we'll continue to keep you updated on all of this. I think the next slide shows the calendar. Oh, it's actually a positive certification, which is great. We will have to be proactive depending on what the governor provides and continuing to align our expenditures with our revenues. Next slide. And then you'll see next step is the January budget proposal. And in March, you will get the audited financial report. You usually have it in January, but because of COVID, it has been delayed. And that's my update. Before I turn it over to Anna, I thought I saw something in the chat.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Christakis. Mr. Tillman?
Yes, so just for clarification, Ms. Christakis, when you say that we're going to be held harmless for, you also said 21, 22?
Yeah, so next year we will receive either 1920 or 2122, whichever's larger.
Wow, that's good news.
Yes, it's very good news.
And with that, I do want to address, because we've had the public comment where there's been a question about doing an early retirement. And I'm just one board member, but from my perspective, even doing the distance learning, we need as many teachers as possible. The only time we ever done a cert is when we don't have enough funding to maintain the teaching staff that we have. But I can't foresee us not needing the teachers. When we go into next year and start opening up regular, or even if the Assemblyman gets his wish and they do the hybrid where we have to come back to school sooner, we would need as many teachers as possible. So I don't see where there would be a case in this school year where we would want to have fewer teachers. From my perspective, we definitely want as many teachers as possible. When we go to open up next year, in the fall, we definitely want to have as many teachers as possible on staff. So I don't know, somebody mentioned in the public comments that we're doing analysis for early retirement. Are we doing that?
Mr. Tillman, there was a couple of requests for us to get the information, so we do have the information. Right now, we can handle the reduction that we need to do through attrition for the next year. So that's our plan. That's how we've built our budget, that through retirements that will happen naturally, that we can align our staffing with our enrollment, because we did lose over 1,700 kids this year. I know Dr. Rodriguez is working really hard to, recapture a lot of that, and so that.
And the biggest difference, what you mentioned about being held harmless, the fact that they're going to fund us at the highest level, whether it's the year before, or for instance, if we had declining enrollment this year, we would still get the funding from the previous higher year, which is a big deal. So we're not forced to have to make big reductions because of that, which is really a good news. But I'm practical, and I understand the folks who would like to see a cert, but there would be no reason for us to do a early retirement, only to have to try to scramble and find teachers, because we're going to need the teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Hill.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Christakis, thanks so much for a great presentation. I know in the projections, and it would probably be after January, do you anticipate us getting additional or less federal funding at that time?
Well, we're hopeful for more. That's all I can say. I don't know that I can anticipate either way, but we are hopeful. We know that our costs, as we move through the next 18 months or so, we'll still need, additional things as we move out of this pandemic. So my hope is that we do receive those to help support us as we move our kiddos back to school.
Okay, I was just hoping the projection was not in what you had given us, or any anticipated amounts was in the projections you've given. Okay, good. That's hopefully good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
All right, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited that we're moving in the right direction, at least when it comes to funding for the next following years. I do want to see an opportunity of looking at virtual reality and purchase devices that will help with a lot of the issues that we're seeing. Students who do gaming, they'll be gaming for hours at a time. I don't know if many of you experience that, but students will spend hours and hours and hours on gaming. And so back when I used to work with, I was a board member for California Association for the Gifted, they've spoken on how we can turn in gaming into a virtual reality where students are engaged in a classroom environment through that. And so I will share a couple of links that has shown that virtual reality may be an opportunity for students to stay engaged, social interaction, and I'll also kind of explain more on that during my board comments. But definitely looking at possibilities of using those extra funds to really have an authentic engagement for students in a different way.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. We do have cuts built into the projection period, so we just know a lot will change between now and budget adoption. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Flores.
Yes, my question is for Janie, but Abigail, that's a great suggestion. I think that would really engage the kids. And if there are, gaming games, or, that engage the kids in learning certain things that are quality things that are part of our standards and our content standards, I think that would be worth pursuing. I really, really do, because they do spend a lot of time on those games. My question to you, Janie, is how did you guys come to project 48 million deficit for the 2023 budget?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our cost, I don't know if I went through it quickly, but PERS and STIRS alone go up 10 million that year. And we're declining in enrollment. And so we generally go down 0.5% each year. We've lost more this year, and we're assuming that we get back at least half of them. And so when the costs keep going up, step and column, all the costs that were listed on that sheet, and your revenues are going down, that's what happens, is that just that deficit's large. So we really want to help with pension costs at the state level and more funding.
So that's if we get zero COLA, right?
Correct. That is correct. Yes.
That's one of the aspects. So that would be like 10 million. So then
1% would be about, so you're right, Dr. Flores, 1% would be over 5 million, but for each year, so for 2 years, it'd be 10. Yes, thank you.
10 million. So that would put us at 38 million. And so the other revenue that because we're declining, the other revenue has to come from other places, correct?
Well, we can increase our attendance rate. That's one way, right? We can get more enrollment, and I know the team's working on this as well. So
and have you projected retirements? Is that calculated in there?
Yes. So we for next year, we projected that we would align our staffing with our enrollment, and each year when we go down 0.5%, we do the same. And so we work with Dr. Funches, and we look at these are the fewer positions we'll need next year, and then we work together on that so that they don't get hired backfilled.
Okay. So they're based on attrition. Okay, all right.
Great
okay,
question.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, because that's pretty high projection.
It's a lot. I think, because of the closure, we saved some money, which pushed the problem, out a little bit. I'm just hoping that the governor gives us more funding, pays back the deferrals, gives us some one-time funding that'll help us even more.
So if we get that, we should probably save some of that for the incurring increases, correct?
Yes, that's what we have it set aside now. And, we may save a little more. We can look at some of what Ms. Medina proposed as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Christakos. And the next part of the presentation.
Thank you, and good evening once again, board. And I'm going to be presenting you with an update on our learning continuity and attendance plan and our budget overview for parents. And I'd like to thank Mr. Komnick and Categorical Programs and our directors for helping put together the presentation. The next slide. So for tonight, I'm going to be sharing the overview for the LCP, as we call our learning continuity and attendance plan, and the budget overview for parents. And we just had that meeting this past December 8th on a Tuesday. And I know that some of you were in attendance, so thank you very much for being there with us. We're going to share some current activities and some services that are in that learning continuity and attendance plan, and highlight the priorities that have come about as a result of feedback from many of our stakeholders, and of course, based on student need. So you'll be seeing that a little bit more. And then we'll go over some timelines in the development of the new LCAP, the new 3-year cycle for 2021 through 2024. Okay, next slide. So board, as you know, due to COVID, the LCAP, the way we know it, the local control and accountability plan, was not presented this year in its normal form, but it morphed into the learning continuity and attendance plan, or the LCP plan, to really meet the needs of our students right now in distance learning. With that morphing into that new plan, the state did require several approvals from you, and board, you were compliant with all of them. The first one, July 1st, where we presented the LCAP COVID-19 operations report with the annual budget for 2021. We brought the LCP to you September 30th. November 10th, you reviewed the county recommendations for our learning continuity plan. And then today, of course, we will be going over what we went over with our parents in the budget overview for parents, really accepting some of their feedback from the stakeholders, and then showing you some of the activities and services that were provided through that. in conjunction with the first interim report. Next slide. So in order to address distance learning, there are several components to the distance learning program. First and foremost, we wanted to make sure that there was continuity of instruction. And in doing that, we needed to provide access to devices and connectivity to our students. So as you can see, over 47,000 devices and over 20,000 hotspots were distributed to all our students. And we continue to provide technical assistance for our families. Pretty much, we're trying to get very good at response times, but we do have that service available for them. And we also provided portable solar chargers for our students who are in unsheltered situations so that they can continue to charge their devices. In the instructional program, we have developed a distance learning framework, which is a framework that takes all the effective practices that are going on and couching them in different areas, which you'll learn a little bit more about later so that we can provide some clarity to our teachers and our site leaders on the expectation of distance learning. Within that framework, we address standards-based instruction with our curriculum guides that have been put, pretty much we joke that these are our curriculum guides on steroids because they contain so many different digital resources and many other things to help meet the needs of all of our students. They help teachers differentiate instruction. We've also developed an educator digital library. Teachers can go there if they want to on a Saturday in their pajamas, and they can pull up videos, demonstration videos. They can go to different websites. We even have like virtual field trips on that digital library platform. So many resources for teachers, and we're continuing to update it in all content areas so that our educators have what they need available to them. And you'll learn a little bit more about how we've deployed additional support personnel to help assist in distance learning as well. Next slide. So having said that, that's part of our base program, but we have also gone above and beyond in response to much of our stakeholders' feedback to provide additional support for our different subgroups. So we do have additional supports for our English learners. The ELD progress reports or portfolios that we've used in the past to monitor progress of our English learners have been modified to be digital now. So our teachers can continue to use that to keep monitoring our English learners. We also continued with an optional LPAC to make sure that our students that were close to being meet the criteria for reclassification are still able to reclassify. We also have deployed support personnel to provide tutoring, especially to our newcomer students, those students that are learning English. So we have interns and ed assistants that have been helping with that. And we've also purchased some additional digital curriculum that's specific to EL needs that we have made available to all of our sites. For our African American students, we continue to offer mentoring support and tutoring. And we have also enlisted our community partners in helping us. They've been wonderful with mentoring our students and providing services all along. And they've also pivoted with us. They've now been very flexible in helping us to meet our students' needs. So they've shifted some of their mentoring to also include tutoring and family outreach. And we're very thankful for that. Our EDSA department, our Equity Targeted Student Assistance Department, is providing program specialists to help teachers with direct support to students in grades 4, 5, and 8 in the area of math and third grade ELA, which are the areas that have been identified for the in the African American Student Improvement Plan. Next slide, please. And then we also have paid some extra attention as well to our special education students. We have a very comprehensive digital curriculum called Don Johnson, which contains many modifications for learning in different content areas. We also have Unique Learning Systems, which is an online support platform that can be accessed. There is much tutoring support. Reading Wonderworks is another resource that we have. And I especially want to highlight the gifts of joy that were passed out to our students. They were taken to the homes. They were distance learning bundles, that included school supplies and many sensory items such as fidget balls and stress balls and little gadgets. And so I know that parents were very grateful and enjoyed getting those bundles for their students. For our foster and homeless youth, we continue to provide the hotspots and devices with the portable chargers, as I mentioned. There are housing referrals out. They are also being provided extra tutoring and receive referrals for counseling and support on a consistent basis to help meet their needs as well. Our continuous improvement schools, the staff is still continuing to provide planning sessions and support sessions for their teachers. And there is very strategic and frequent progress monitoring going on there as well so that we can keep close track of how students are progressing. Next slide, please. And some of the targeted student academic supports that we have in place are pretty powerful. And I'm going to brag a little bit about some of these things that have been put in place by our different, this is interdepartmental and interdivisional. So we're all working together to make these things happen. One of the first things that we did is we did hire resident subs at the tune of about $1.5 million to support kinder through third and early literacy instruction. Because we know that our little ones, we don't want gaps created. We want them to continue to learn how to read. So these resident subs are trained. They have monthly trainings, and they actually go in to help in the classroom, or they provide small group help. Some are in the learning centers, but they're providing additional tier 1 and tier 2 supports to help our students learn to read. We have also invested in BrainFuse online tutoring. This is a tutoring company, K-12, that will be available in January. It's available during the day, in the evening, on Saturdays, and students can sign up in pretty much every content area that you can imagine to get some extra assistance. As I mentioned earlier, we deployed over 40 interns to the secondary sites to help our newcomers, our students that are learning English, with homework help and assignment help, and some access to core as well. And we've also, we've kind of reassigned our support personnel to help with small group instruction, our ed assistants. They're now using their time to help with small group instruction. And there, we also have aides that are available for one-on-one assistance to our students with IEPs. And there's additional tutoring supports, as you can see, with Let's Go Learn. And this is again for our students with IEP to help support in different content areas. And we have the iLearn to Khan Academy, which is a free service that kids can log on and also get video tutorials and much assistance there. And again, mentioning the bundles of joy that we got for our special education students. Next slide, please. Our professional development has changed as well. So we're very focused on giving our teachers what they need. And we do get feedback from them to find out what that is. And much of our professional development is now focused on technology, making sure our teachers are familiar and well-versed with the Google Education Suite, screencasting, and many other tech tools that our district has purchased for our teachers. And then the sites do theirs as well, according to what they've purchased and what they are using. Our district level PD not only is for teachers, but it's also for site leaders, support personnel, and we also have our family engagement office, which you'll hear a little bit more about later. That's providing development for our parents, and that's around many of the programs that our students are using, so that our parents are familiar with the same programs and they can help their students at home. We also have networking meetings that are voluntary. Teachers can come as often as they like, but it's kind of like a networking group where they can come and bring some issues. They can come and learn and really explore different resources as well. And then again, our EDSA department has some very focused professional development around teacher mindset and effective strategies in working with our African-American students. Next slide, please. We've also paid close attention to much of the feedback from our parents as well, where they were asking for mental health support and SEL support. So these are some of the activities and some of the services that we're providing for our foster youth. We are providing referrals to counseling and support services. We've embedded the social emotional learning concept into everything that we do instructionally. It is the foundation for the way we look at instruction. We know now more than ever that our students need social emotional learning support. We've also rolled out some mental health for state staff trainings. We have counselor support and wellness representatives to meet with families that need that type of support. We also have a partnership with Hazel Health and IEHP. As you know, we have community-wide flu vaccines and COVID testing, even on some of our campuses. And that's in conjunction with Kaiser and the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. And then we've developed a series of physical health guidance documents related to in-person learning once we go to that place if it is deemed safe to do so. Next slide, please. As far as our family engagement goes, we did conduct our Operation Student Recovery on October 13th, and you can see there that we were able to recapture 52 students re-enrolling. We were able to capture students. We realized that we re-enrolled 12 and 52 had enrolled in other districts. We are also engaging in Tier 1 and Tier 2 efforts to make sure that we are reaching out to our families, and that's helping with our chronically absent students. There's a district letter that we are consistently sending out. We've also had a variety of ongoing workshops and training. I know Ms. Gonzalez in the Family Engagement Department has really ramped up all the offerings for our families. And we also have a very comprehensive digital resource page for our families as well. They can log in and have many different resources in English and Spanish as well. And we are also adding some other languages. Our school nutrition services continues to provide meals for our students. As you can see, we're serving at 25 sites. You can see here Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 8 to 11. Our students are receiving 7 days of breakfast and lunch with supper and snacks. And during winter break, you can see that we're continuing to distribute on Mondays. We are also notifying our parents consistently about our services so that they continue to take advantage of what we are offering. Next slide, please. So in summary, board, all of these activities and these services that we're providing, we are providing to help our students in distance learning and to help keep that continuity of learning for our families. And in doing so, I just wanted to do a little bit of an overview of what was required of us. So Senate Bill 98 required us to include the budget overview for parents in our LCP. And it also required that it be aligned with all the activities that I mentioned in our LCP. Those were some of the things that we needed to do to meet the goals of what the LCP, the intent of the LCP is. We also needed to make sure that you board adopted that budget overview for parents. That's why we are presenting it to you today in conjunction with the first interim budget report. And then we want to assure you that the budget template that is required is aligned with the LEA's first interim budget report, which you heard, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, the LCP, and the Local Control and Accountability Plan, all these acronyms, the LCAP or the LCAP as we know it. So we have, again, Mr. Komnick has done a fabulous job of aligning all those requirements into this particular budget overview for parents. He did present it on Tuesday, and there was quite a bit of very positive feedback from our families and our communities over it. Next slide, please. And so board, this is the timeline for the development of the LCAP. So on December 8th, we had that meeting, as I mentioned, the budget overview for parents, which was an LCAP community meeting. And basically it was to explain to the parents what I just presented, that our LCAP had to morph into the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan due to COVID, and present them with the activities and all the services that we are providing in response to some of their requests and some of their needs. Then today, of course, we are presenting our budget overview for parents and our LCP update with the first interim report. In January, we are expecting to get a new template for the new cycle of LCAP, which would be the 21 through 2024 cycle. And from January to June, we are going to continue to engage our stakeholders as we've done in the past. We will continue to have LCAP community meetings. Mr. Komnick will be reaching out to all of our stakeholders. We will begin to get input again as we come into June in writing the new LCAP. Next slide. I believe that was the last slide. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Applegate. Several of us board members were able to be a part of that town hall, I guess is what we're calling it, but it was very excellent, very thorough. I'm not seeing any comments other than Dr. Flores did say great presentation, and that's certainly what it is. And that's the commitment that we have had about the transparency and making sure the parents know what we know, and then we can make better informed decisions. So thank you for that again, and we can move to the next.
Great, thank you, Madam President.
Okay.
You ready? Thank you, Madam President. Board, based on your request, we prepared data sets in several key areas. We want to remind the board that the DNF data set that you'll see for chronically absent students is first quarter data. Grades do not become official until the end of the first semester. So we will be bringing this data back to you after we finalized first semester grades. Those are the ones that actually get recorded on the transcripts and become part of the official record for students. As you'll see, not to give away the whole presentation, but as you'll see, we are experiencing a downturn in grades, much like the rest of the state and nation. We'll be sharing a number of both short-term and long-term strategies designed to counteract this data and improve the situation for students. We've also prepared some data related to IEP compliance based on your requests. So I'm going to turn it over to the team at this point. Rachel, if you'll get us started. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Volkamer. Well, good evening, board. President Rogers, congratulations once again. Dr. Wyatt, congratulations once again. Ms. Dr. Hill, Ms. Ceballos, board, community, and cabinet. We are pleased to be here tonight. I almost feel like I want to have all of us stand and stretch, so please do so if you need to keep the blood going. As Dr. Volkamer shared, we will be sharing some student achievement data with you. So with that, next slide, please. So our objectives for the evening, as always, during this time of the pandemic, we will review current COVID-19 cases to date, both at the county and the district level, meaning the zip codes that make up San Bernardino City Unified School District. Then we'll go into sharing our secondary students' Q1 DNF rate, specifically for our chronically absent students. And so Ms. Applegate and Dr. Rodriguez will give information around that, as well as some information on what is happening with the Atlas program and our children who are in foster care or homeless situations. And as Dr. Volkamer said, the IEP compliance, that's all going to be part of the data sets. We're also going to share current and future interventions that we're referring to as safety nets for SBCUSD. So it's not just the data, but what we're currently doing to support our scholars so that they can, their brilliance can shine, and what we plan on doing in the future. And we'll close out with the highlight of distance learning in action, highlighting our high schools. Next slide, please. So board, here is the recap of the November 7th board meeting. It was almost a full month ago when you voted to remain in distance learning through the end of the 2021 school year. You also added to that action to make sure that we have in-person accommodations for small groups of identified students as part of phase 2 instruction that is allowed by state and local guidance when it is deemed safe to do so. So we would not move into any kind of small group instruction until you deem it safe to do so. The second action that you took is really to make sure that our community knows that we are steadfast to the commitment to prioritizing safety for students and employees of the district. You also firmly believe and verbally stated that the decision you made on November 17th provides certainty and consistency for our families and allows the district to focus all its attentions on strengthening distance learning experiences for students right now. In addition to that very courageous decision, you did welcome and celebrate our new Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Ms. Anna Applegate, and she is already a veteran, as we just saw in the last presentation, very comfortable in her new role. The Board of Education, you thanked the employees, and you looked at 2 staff appreciation videos to just, again, highlight the work that is happening throughout the district during this pandemic. And then finally, you approved a new board policy for telework during emergency situations. So November 17th was a very busy board meeting, much to be commended, board. Next slide, please. So these have continued to be the guiding principles that you have used in your decision-making for SBCUSD. I'll just quickly go through them. First and foremost, ensuring the health and physical safety of students and staff while adhering to federal, state, and county guidance. In that, still making sure that we're providing high quality learning experiences. You'll hear a bit more about that tonight from Ms. Applegate. We've got some new visuals that we will continue to bring back for you. And then finally, provides safe and accessible working conditions. So these continue to be the guiding principles, and want to continue to tell you how much we appreciate your pillar of strength and certainty for the community and the staff during this time of uncertainty. Next slide, please. So your decision on November 17th changed this slide slightly. As you know, we will continue to stay in phase 1, and we are in phase 1, which we call distance learning. And when it is deemed safe to do so, we will work on offering in-person for small groups of students. We call that phase 2, distance learning plus. Tonight, the data sets give some direction to who these small groups of students may be. But we're not finalized yet on that recommendation. We do know that there are children out there that need a bit more in-person instruction or in-person opportunities so that they can excel in their learning. So we look forward to when it's deemed safe to do so. Phase 3 is now off the board for the remainder of this school year, and we are hopeful that we will be able to open our schools in a regular in-person learning experience for next school year. Next slide, please. And so board, we're going to come back to this, this image at the end of the presentation, but what you will hear tonight, just to give context, is that we will share specific data points explaining how safety nets are being provided and then will be further developed for all students through strength and distance learning. Specifically, as I previously shared, you'll hear an update on Q1 DNF grades for our chronically absent scholars. You'll hear about our attendance and re-engagement plan for those chronically absent scholars and overall, so tier 1, 2, and 3 for around attendance. You'll hear how we're supporting our scholars who are on foster care or homeless situations. And then finally, how is our IEP compliance looking during this pandemic? As you know, the IEP is the place where we capture specifically the supports that will happen for students with special needs. When we are referring to the supports, we'll talk about what we're already doing and what's in the works to continue to alter the outcomes of data. You should hear an intentional approach to catch our scholars of greatest need and put them back on track. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Vatir, our safety officer, and he will start with our data trend on the COVID updates at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Menars, and good evening, board. As you can see here, we're seeing the most widespread spike yet in the COVID pandemic, and also beginning to see the impacts of Thanksgiving. Our county, the cities, including San Bernardino and Highland, as well as our own school district boundaries, are at the highest number of daily new cases we've ever seen. As you know, our regional hospital ICU capacity is down to a dangerous level of 1.7. Last I checked, there were just over 56 beds, ICU beds available countywide. And board, you know, we're doing our part by minimizing in-district activities and work, and also partnering with public health for testing, as well as their preparation for mass COVID vaccinations for our community once more readily available. And that's the update I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Good evening once more, board. And I'm going to be sharing with you some data around Ds and Fs. And so we'll get into that in just a little bit. But I wanted to reframe us to remind us that our chronically absent students are those students who've missed 10% or greater of the total number of days enrolled in the school year. And Dr. Rodriguez will be speaking to that a little bit more in detail in just a bit. So I'm sure that it's no surprise to anybody that we have had a significant increase in Ds and Fs reported from the first progress reporting period from 2021 as compared to, from the progress reporting period from 2021 as it was last year in the 1920 school year. And it is a similar trend going on in our state and our nation, and we're not saying that we're happy with that. So I'm just presenting you a factual statement, but we are not okay with that. So we definitely want to dig in deep to see what it is that we can do to help our scholars do better. So we will also be sharing some next steps on what we plan on doing with strengthening our distance learning and re-engaging some of our students. So Dr. Rodriguez will now talk to you a little bit more about who our chronically absent students are, and then we'll get into the actual data around the first quarter progress report grades.
Thank you, Mrs. Applegate. Next slide. So we wanted to give you a picture about what's happening out there with our students. We've made very marked improvement in some of the things that we can do. And chronic absenteeism continues to be a fight that we refuse to lose. And so in that, you'll see as we compare from one year to the next, we see almost a doubling of our chronically absent students from last year to this year, looking at our COVID trends. But I do want to celebrate because we want to keep that positive mindset that in spite of what's happening right now, we have 84.6% of middle school students coming to school on a regular basis. And I think that's something that we really need to celebrate because we have students that come from all walks of life. And even our students who come to school every day face challenges, but they make it a point to to participate and be in attendance. So we're going to celebrate that for our students. But we do know that absenteeism is increasing at our middle schools. So we're looking at a number of about 1,400 students at Q1 being chronically absent, missing a significant amount of school within those first few months of school. Let's go to the next slide, please. Looking at our high school students, again, not such a sharp increase, but still a significant increase nevertheless. As we were looking at why we have students who are chronically absent, you know, when you have students in the high school grades, there's many different reasons for that. And so we continue to explore how we can provide more support for those students. But again, looking at high school students, we have 80% of our high school students coming to school on a regular basis, which we believe, considering the circumstances, is something that we want to improve, but we want to also celebrate, because we do have 80% of our students coming to school on a regular basis. So that chronically absent number, when we're looking at 19.8%, we're looking at 2,600 students who at the high school level are missing school on a regular basis. And we know, based on just experiences and trends, that students who are not coming to school on a regular basis will suffer consequences when it comes to their grades. And so we know that attendance is a direct factor in students, passing their classes, and we're going to see, as we unfold this, how our chronically absent students are doing in English and in math. Next slide.
So board, we want to go ahead and provide some context to the slide that you're looking at, because they are about to get a little busier. So I wanted to take this opportunity to really clarify what it is that we're looking at. So we're going to be looking at the chronically absent students for first quarter progress report grades, these students that receive D's and F's that are in middle school, English language arts. So we are only looking at English language arts and math, and we'll be looking at middle school, and then we'll be looking at high school. And as you can see, the slide is also broken out into our different student groups. So you do have the percentage where you see district, the first bar there, 45.5% of our students in the district are chronically absent, and that amounts to 1,119 students that are in middle school. And these are the ones that received, the ones that are in language arts. So these are for their language arts grades. So the slides that you will continue to see, you're going to see now 2021 superimposed on this slide. Because if you can see, this is from 1920. So now we're going to compare the new slide. If you could go into the new slide, please. Next slide. You're going to see the orange now, which is 2021. So immediately you can see almost a doubling in some cases of the students that are in middle school that are getting D's or F's in English language arts. So you can see that it went district-wide from 45.5% to 83.3%. And then you can see the different subgroups and the increase in the D's and F's in middle school English language arts for each one. So we see that these rates have increased quite a bit, and you can see then the actual number of the students at the bottom and what we've increased. Okay, next slide. So you will see the same trend in middle school math. These are the students that are getting D's and F's first quarter in middle school. And then if we go on to the next slide, it is the same trend with high school. You will see that our high school students, again, in English language arts, the D's and F's have increased there as well. You can see the different subgroups, the trend continues. So it's pretty consistent that obviously if our students are not in school, they are not doing well. And that has increased quite a bit. If we can look at the high school mathematics. And again, it continues. So we realize that we have had a significant increase in D's and F's with our students. And so we want to talk a little bit about what we are going to do about it. Because as I mentioned, it happens to be a trend, but it's not a trend that we want to continue. So we want to definitely be very aggressive and very strategic in how we're going to intervene with our students. So if you can, the next slide, please. So at this point, we wanted to really recommit to making sure that everybody understands that the San Bernardino way is to provide high quality learning experiences for all of our students. And these particular pillars are pillars that we believe we need to really incorporate to provide those high quality learning experiences. So this is kind of a reaffirmation of the way that we do things in San Bernardino. We want to make sure that we provide access, like I mentioned, the devices, the standards, making sure that our kids have access to high quality instruction, devices, everything that they need. We want to provide opportunities for our students to learn. So we're very focused on making sure that our students do come to school and are provided with all the opportunities available to them. This is why we're investing in tutoring and additional support personnel and many other things that you'll hear about. And then of course, we want to always look at it through that equitable lens. We want to make sure that students at school A are getting equitable experiences to students in school B. So we have to always be focused on providing those learning experiences for all of our students. And we want them to be rooted in rigor and excellence for all of our students, for our staff, and for our families as well. So we just want you to know that we are reaffirming our commitment to our students and providing these high quality learning experiences rooted in these pillars. Next slide, please. So we think it is a pretty lofty but very, very worthwhile goal. And it is our moral obligation, we believe, to provide those learning experiences for our students. So when you have such an when you have such an ambitious goal, we want to make sure that we actually have a framework to do it. So what we've done is we have developed a distance learning framework. We have some core principles to make sure that our teachers have clarity and our site leaders have clarity on what the expectations are. So these practices are effective practices that are going on all over our district. We just wanted to make sure that we couched them in a framework that was comprehensible to our students and to our families and our teachers and everybody, so that they can see that we actually have a plan. We are not just doing distance learning in a haphazard way and leaving it to chance, whatever we might do. We want to make sure that this framework is implemented across the district so all of our students have this excellence and opportunity that we've been talking about. So the 5 different principles for distance learning are clarity through instructional design and delivery. Each component has subcomponents. And one of the main components of being clear about instruction is making sure that our teachers have what they need in the standards, the curriculum guides, all the different resources that I mentioned. We want all of our teachers to have those same equitable resources so that they can deliver instruction. We also want to make sure that we provide a standardization in the technology. We don't want teachers to be using computers that are really old, and that we have a very ambitious replenish and refresh plan to make sure that we do that. So we're being very strategic about that. We also, our second principle is making sure that we include social emotional learning in everything that we do, because we want to make sure that we are intentional about engaging our students and our families. We hear stories about our students being depressed, our families being at their wits' end, and we absolutely need to make sure that we're including some of these strategies and some activities that are helping our students and families during distance learning. Our third principle revolves around assessment and data. As you know, there's a lot of what is called assessment uncertainty going on right now. We're not sure. So far, we think we're doing the state tests, but that could change. We know we didn't have state tests last year, so we still have to be very, very vigilant in making sure that we're monitoring the progress of our students. We're not just throwing our hands up and saying, well, there's no state test. We're being very, very ambitious, and we're working with our site leaders in providing information, student information through authentic work and other pieces, like I mentioned, the ELD portfolio. So we are still progress monitoring our students, even though that we may not have the consistent assessments that we used to have. We have our own district assessments that we're confident in, and so we have plenty of opportunities to look at how our students are doing. Our fourth principle revolves around professional development. As I mentioned, we definitely want to provide that assistance for our site leaders, our teachers, but even all of our support personnel, our interns are being highly trained to make sure that they can provide assistance where needed. Our subs are being trained to make sure they're providing assistance. So this is comprehensive. It's not just all about teacher professional development, but we're really expanding that, and to our families as well. You'll hear a little bit more about that, but Ms. Gonzalez has done a fantastic job under Dr. Rodriguez's leadership too, with our families and helping them be familiar with programs and other things that need to be, that they need to learn. And then of course, that homeschool connection that we mentioned earlier, we're trying really hard. And some of you mentioned that at the LCAT meeting, we did have quite a bit of engagement from our stakeholders, and they are not shy about telling us what we want and what they want. And we want that. We want to hear from them. We want that feedback so that we can get better and that we can provide better service. So these 5 principles are our core principles for distance learning. And as I mentioned, each one has components underneath as well, but we're trying to provide clarity to our workforce, and we're trying to provide some assurance and recommitting into our commitment for our students to making sure that we're providing these quality learning experiences. Next slide, please. So having said that, some of our next steps in strengthening our distance learning is, of course, implementing our core distance learning principles, our strategic distribution of technology and instructional materials. And what I mean by that is exactly what I was talking about with equity. We want to make sure that all of our teachers are equipped with what they need. We want to make sure that they have, that our students have availability to get the supplies that they need. If they need school supplies, their textbooks, their workbooks, whatever they need, we're committed to make sure that we are providing all those resources and materials to staff and to students and family. We are also working on helping our educators in the effectiveness of their daily instructional minutes and providing more small group instruction so that we can meet student need. Then we also have some strategies that we're working on to actively engage our students and families. So you'll hear a little bit more. It's coming down the pike about our cameras on expectation. So that is something that will be part of our next steps to make sure that our scholars can have their cameras turned on. And like I said, you'll hear a little bit more about that, because we know that if they're able to see their teachers and they can see each other, that will engage them more. So we're also working on a positive PR communication. Now that we know we're in distance learning till June, we need to buckle down and get it across to everybody that we want to help them in any way that we can. So we're going to try to provide them with ideas and tips and things like that on how our families can help their students, and just really bring in some positivity around distance learning, because we know the challenges, right? I don't think any of us are really in the dark about the challenges that distance learning is posing right now. But we also want to highlight, we know that there are some students having some success out there. As Dr. Rodriguez mentioned, we do have students that are coming to school. So we definitely want to continue to bring positivity as well. And then, as I mentioned, our professional development will continue to revolve around distance learning so that we can support all of our educators. And I know that, again, our family engagement workshops are very tailored to our families and how they can support their students. And I know Dr. Rodriguez mentioned, and she can talk a little bit more about some of the learning at home, supporting the learning at home. We know that parents are having to be teachers at home now too, and they're having to support our teachers. So I know she has an initiative or a project that they're working on called the Corner Classroom, La Esquina Escolar, with parents, where they will be equipping parents and helping them to help their students as well. Next slide, please. And as Dr. Monares mentioned, we don't want not one student to fall through the cracks, not one. Well, we see these trends, and as previously mentioned, we are compelled, and it is our obligation to do something about it. So some of the things that we're talking about and we're really planning around is, of course, continuing the increased support for tutoring from support personnel, from our partners, from anybody that we can help assist some of our students, because some of them do need additional assistance above and beyond. And we've even talked about, and board, I know that was on your mind as well, and you said that as soon as it was deemed safe to do so, we would explore the idea of hubs for some of our highest need students, because they may need to come in. And then we also were discussing a very robust summer program. We have a great summer program now, but we can definitely expand on that, and we see that we can recapture some students during that summer program as well. So these are some of the areas that we are working on currently to strengthen our systems around distance learning. And we will continue to receive feedback from our staff, from our families, to help us get better and perhaps get more innovative and more creative about what we need to do to make sure that our students are successful in distance learning. Next slide. I think I hand it over now to Dr. Rodriguez.
So, you know, we understand.
I'm sorry, Dr. Rodriguez, I had the thing on mute. I apologize. I wanted to just stop right here on this And I see there's some questions coming, so I don't want them to get too far out on who presented them. So I'll start with you, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you very much. Can we go back to the slide? And where we start with it says middle school students, the number of people who are chronically absent. Is there a reason why we don't have elementary students?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Tillman, this report is focused on D's and F's, and at the elementary level, we don't have letter grades. So we've just concentrated on secondary for now with D's and F's.
Okay, I guess so, but this is showing on this middle school student, isn't it showing just the number of students who were chronically absent in 2019, 2020 compared to 2020, 2021? So it'd be interesting to see what the chronically absent is for elementary students. I know maybe you explain why it's not on here, but it'd be good to see.
We can provide that to you either in a board correspondence, or if the board wishes, we can bring that back for another board presentation.
And then the other thing that'll be interesting to see, on here you have 2019, 2020 chronically absent students with quarter grades, D's and F's. Could you show us what the non-chronically absent students, in terms of how many percentage that has D's and F's? That's the only way you get a perspective of whether or not being chronically absent is impacting this, right?
Yes, Mr. Tillman, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that we are bringing a report. I know Dr. Wyatt had requested that as well in January. As soon as we get the semester grades posted, we are going to bring you a more comprehensive overview of our non-chronically absent.
But my only point is, it means more if you show me, even from 2019, 2020, these are the D's and F's for students who are chronically absent, and you compare that with students that are not chronically absent. Because if they're the same, then the chronically absent is not impacting it, right?
Correct.
It means a whole lot more then. And then for the 2019, 2020 D's and F's, and it goes back to the same thing. It would mean a whole lot more if I could see the contrast, the chronically absent from the non-chronically absent. Because I mean, my big question now is, how do I know that the jump is not just as big for the non-chronically absent students? And the sooner we hear that, the better. And then my question is, are the students getting decent? Are teachers requiring, and are the grades being more impacted by work that's being done in class or work that's being assigned as homework?
We can take a look at that, and that's a great question, and I can bring you that information. We can.
And I would have that same question for the non-chronically absent students, because if we're finding that the way we're doing instruction now is putting too much weight on work that's being done outside of the teacher's purview versus when they're in class. Because I'm sure a lot of these students probably didn't have any homework in some of these classes, but now they got homework. And I didn't know how the challenge of homework was until Dr. Hill got on the board and talked about homework not being something that is always good. So it'd be interesting to see what the cause is if they have assigned it. But I think the sooner you get this information where we can compare the chronically to the non-chronically, that's a huge deal for me. Because I got a fear right now that we may have an increase in D's and F's for non-chronically absent students also. And then with seeing this, you know, I know you guys are talking about doing some things with making some changes. I'm hoping that those changes are being made because it's going to positively affect this. What I hate to see happen is whatever change we make, it increased the number of chronically absent students. So whatever change you guys are going to make to what we're doing now for distance learning, to me, one of the goals should be reducing the chronically absent student, and don't do things that are going to make parents and kids more frustrated and throw their hands up, which will increase my chronically absent problem. We deem somebody chronically absent because they missed what? Is it 10 days of, what is it?
Yes, that's correct.
What is it?
10%.
10% of the school year, or 10% of the days enrolled. And Dr. Rodriguez will talk to that a little bit more.
Yeah, so I hope that somehow we got our finger on the pulse and we're talking to the parents and the students. I mean, to me, part of it was just calling and say, hey, last year you were doing better, even though you were chronically absent. What's the big difference this year? So, I mean, I like to hear some of that information because you guys say, you're doing this little circle thing with the 5 things. I don't know if this is the stuff that's going to truly impact what the issues are. But I do think if you can compare the chronically absent to the chronically absent, it'll give everybody a better picture of where we're at right now. Right now, there's a huge hole missing by not having that information present. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dr. Flores?
Yes, this is for both Dr. Rodriguez and Mrs. Applegate, if whatever one wants to answer. I'm curious about, this is average, but I'd like to know site by site. I'd like to know what the percentages are site by site. Danny asked for those that are getting D's and F's that are not chronically absent versus chronically absent, which is good, but I want to know site by site. And then there's another disaggregated factor, which has to do with start times. I know that we are going to have to implement late start. Why couldn't, how many schools start late, like at 9 or 9:30? And, and our kids, they have to get their little brothers and sisters situated. Maybe they have to work. I don't know, all the different aspects of it, so that, I would like to see it site by site, by middle school and so forth, in terms of what they're chronically absent versus non-chronically absent with D's and F's. But then also start times. How many? I know that I would predict, or my theory would be, that the later they start, the more they are present, because they're awake, and so that's just my theory. Anyway, so I would like to see all of that. And then one last thing, I agree with Mr. Tillman. Why are they chronically absent? Why can't we have our clerks or our rec aides, or even our not our health aides, but people that are at sites calling our kids? Why are you not? How get the site people to start calling and finding out what the problem is. We don't know why they're chronically absent, or do we? Do we have that data?
No. What we do have is that every school is making huge efforts to make contact with families, and so. We do have kind of this all hands on deck approach, where we have secretaries, clerks, principals, rec aides, anybody that's not teaching in a classroom is focused on attendance. Mm-hmm. And what we have found when we actually did a a forum with students last week, and Ms. Rogers was there. And we heard from students, and they said that it's very difficult for them to concentrate and be in school when they have home obligations.
Right.
When they were in school, they were able to separate school life from home life. They were able to go to school, concentrate without distraction, participate in athletics or whatever they were working on, and then were able to come home and do their chores and make dinner and do all those things that they would do because there was that separation. And now there is none. And so they're having great challenges with meeting the obligations of family life and schoolwork. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, many of them said they just don't feel like it. I mean, that it's very difficult to be engaged in environments where, they thrive on interaction. They thrive in environments where they're social. And so I was talking to a high school principal a few weeks ago, and he was at the gate every day greeting kids when they came in and acknowledging when they got a haircut or when they got a new pair of shoes. And that is lost now. And so the human connections that we took for granted are no longer there. And we're trying to create those in a virtual environment. But it is very difficult to do. And also, to take into account, and we'll talk about that a little, or we'll talk about it now and I'll reference it later. We really did rely a lot on our home visits. And now with COVID, we can't do those home visits. We cannot jeopardize and put our employees at risk because they don't know what's on the other side of the door. We don't know whether people are sick. In fact, there was a group of CalSafe teachers that were going out delivering for Thanksgiving, delivering gift cards for food so they would have extra for their families. And they encountered a family that had COVID. And so the family didn't tell them that they had COVID. And so when they got to the house, no one came to the door. She's calling, the teacher's calling the house to talk to the student. And they're like, what, we're really sorry, but, we're sick and, we don't want to open the door. And so, we just don't know. But it's all hands on deck, all of our community partners, ICUC, we've had ACOMA, we've had Loma Linda, anybody that can do.
So we need to report those narratives and, not just give statistics, not just go on numbers. These are real life kids, and this is the reality. This is, the reality of what we're facing. And that has to be, I think that has to be upfront, not just data. They're not reduce them to just a statistic or a number, and these are real lives. That's just my feeling, about all of this. And like you say, they just don't feel like it, it's hard for them. Yeah. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina.
And so it's also a lack of motivation. My son, Christian Medina, had actually written, and he's here with me, he's been listening. He wrote me a little thing because he's also been struggling. And so he wanted me, of course, to push virtual reality. But within it, I'm going to just read what he wrote, just a segment of it. It says, as a student, I believe that learning from a computer isn't a really functioning way to teach students, as it leads to students not really engaging in the class, which can lead to them not really getting excited, getting bored, and students not really paying attention. This can lead to many students getting lower grades than originally would have. For example, previously I used to get A's, B's, and high C's, but now I get B's, low B's, and a few A's. And in reality, he has had F's. So he's part of your numbers as well. I'm not really proud of it, to be true. Distance learning through a computer has made me lazier and caused me to not pay attention in class as much either. I even asked some of my fellow seniors
how they feel about it, and each of them have told them similar stories, what he had mentioned. And so I'm reading this right now because I was supposed to read it later on, but it just shows that it may be more students, not necessarily chronically absent students that are suffering through this, but students who have just lost motivation and trying to find a way, lack of social interaction. And although they're doing this through distance learning, it's not the same. And so that's why we really have to be creative on how to really engage them. Extending hours is not going to necessarily be a solution. Extending face-to-face, it may be through some other means. And I honestly believe we have to talk to students. I don't know if you interviewed students themselves. Ask them directly. Why are they struggling? And it may not necessarily be that they just don't want to do it, just that it's just different and they're struggling with that interaction of virtual learning. So I really do want to make sure that we're surveying students themselves to find out what's going on. And then also, I think what we see that's absent right now is student school board member. We used to have the voice from a senior, several seniors. And I think we have to go back and looking for a few students, senior students, that can also give that perspective that we're not necessarily hearing. So I don't know if by the next board meeting, we can at least have some idea of how we can engage a few, 3 students, senior students, so that way they can also be part of this conversation. Thank you.
So to respond to Mrs. Medina, Ms. Rosales Medina, we reconvened the superintendent's advisory council, and we actually met with them last Wednesday. So it was about between 50 to 60 students, and we actually built into the agenda time for students to give us their feedback. What's going on? How are they feeling? And we were really strategic with the students that we chose. We wanted a regular student. We wanted a student who wasn't your superstar. We wanted just a real kid who was experiencing real life. And so we did give those parameters to the principals as they were making their selections. And we spent a good 30, 45 minutes with the students just talking about their struggle and what it was like for them. And so the student voice piece is huge. You know, Dr. Volkemer has been really stellar in trying to get stakeholder involvement from all voices. And so the last group that we engaged were the students, because we wanted to know how they were thinking, what they were feeling, and really just digging deep on that. In regard to the student advisory, the student board member, we are working on that. And so we hope that we'll have something soon. We will be meeting with our student advisory group again in January as we start the semester, and also looking at how we can open that up where we have, what are some activities, what are some things that will engage them outside of just the learning experience? Because for many students, for their parents, they think that high school was the greatest time of the year of their life, and for others, they hated it. But they all will go back and say, they've made lifelong friends and lasting relationships, and that's what's missing. And so we had to figure out a way to get that back. So that is on our mind. It is a priority, and it is something that we're working on.
And just to include, like I mentioned, as a great example, my son was one of those students that were doing well, but yet is struggling. And so you also want to look at students that may be getting those D's and F's and were A's and B's. And so what's happening to them as well. And like I said, there's a lot of lack of motivation. It may be that they have to relearn it themselves because they didn't understand it through the virtual classroom, which was also something that my son stated. And just looking at all of that, and I think I'm glad you're able to meet with the students. Thank you for doing that. But then how do we translate that to what we're hearing ourselves here and really understanding this is what's going on, this is what we're going to do differently to make sure that the systems are improved. But I appreciate you working on getting student school board members as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say what a great presentation. I listened enjoyed everything. My question was pretty much embedded in Mr. Tillman's question. My concern primarily was of those students who are attending, how are they doing credit-wise? And hopefully they are doing much better than others. But I think when you bring back that information, you will have answered my question. But the other thing I want to say when it comes to our youth and what's going on with them, a lot's going on in San Bernardino right now. You know, we've had the highest murder rate since the 1990s, and we're not even through December yet. And these kids know the people who are getting killed because of the ages and what have you. And usually when one child gets scared, you got about 20 who's scared because they know each other. I do appreciate the staff members doing what they can and making a phone call, but I also do not suggest you go to their homes. But we aren't going to give up, because everyone we get in, the better off we are. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
Mr. Tillman?
You know, I think it's important to remind ourselves that, you know, we're doing this because of COVID-19. You know, I got a good friend of mine, Ernest Carter, and he attends New Hope Mission Baptist Church, and his son came home from college, and Ernest and his wife both have COVID-19, and Ernest is really struggling right now. So we took drastic measures because we have this huge problem with us right now that we're dealing with. And these are some of the consequences because of it. So I don't want us to lose sight of that. All these problems we're incurring are for a reason, but I think we have to continue to be patient. You know, I have a concern about I hope we understand the importance of children showing themselves on camera, but we can't lose sight of those instances where it's not a good thing for some kids. So you can't force them to do it, right? As long as we keep that in mind, I think that's important. And then you can't lose sight of how important it is and what it means to students just to be around other students. I've been doing my Black Future Leaders program since '88, and we had to struggle about whether or not we were going to do it virtual. Normally, we find these students who have a 3.0 or better, send them out a letter, and we get about 40 students, take them to Cal State San Bernardino, and they stay Friday night, Saturday night, and go home on Sunday. So we said we'll do it virtually. We sent out 300 letters. We had 3 people. They don't want to sit in front of a computer, and they don't care what you got to tell them. They don't want to do it. They're burnt out. So a lot of it is just, you know, that's not what motivates students, sitting behind a computer, right? But the reality is, this is the education they still need. This is not a pretend education. You're not going to be able to do a do-over. So we have to be patient, but we also have to encourage the students that this is for real. And everyone's doing it. I mean, I have a nephew that lives with me now. We had to register online. When we registered at Valley College, there was nobody to call. We had to send emails. The email got messed up. It was a nightmare. I had to call Joseph William, a trustee, say, hey, how do I get registered? But those units that you get, even in college right now, are going to help you get a job somewhere. So it's not pretend. This is for real. And so for the parents and the students that are listening out there, this is still critical. And it's our job to try to make sure that we continue learning as best as possible. And then the last thing for me, you know, when you look at the difference on the chronically ill, I hope we're contacting the students that not chronic, but but chronically absent. I hope we're contacting the students that weren't chronically absent last year, because those students truly are being impacted by this current situation. So I hope we're looking at and saying, hey, here's there's 30% difference in this one group, and we need to find out who those students are and contact them and say, hey, you weren't chronically absent last year. We don't want you chronically absent this year. What can we do differently? And to tell you the truth, I hope after you make those phone calls, that's what drives whether or not we need more time online, in person, or less, or what needs to happen. That's where you should derive your answers on what tweaks we need to make for next semester. But again, thank you for the data. And just so we're all on the same page, we're going to get that contrasting data at least by next board meeting, right? For the non-chronically absent students to see where they're at with the D's and F's, right?
Yes, we can get that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Dr. Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And, and for our executive cabinet, definitely thank you for this report. And, I want to apologize a little bit because maybe I wasn't as clear on my request for what I was asking for. And I know I talked to Ms. Applegate a little bit about this today. And Danny, you hit it right on the head. So thank you for actually catching that I wanted to look at two different things. One was chronic absenteeism, and two, the other was D's and F's. I didn't want to necessarily see them together. I just wanted to see if there was an increase in chronic absenteeism because one, there's a major issue there because we need to look at dropouts, not just necessarily D's and F's, but dropouts. We were looking at some comparative data at one of our local districts, which is a high school district, and one that we actually have worked with to improve some of our instructional strategies, specifically in the area of A through G. And it wasn't just D's and F's that we have to be concerned about, also students that are chronically absent that are dropping out of school. Okay, so I mean, D's and F's is one thing, but for a kid to just disappear now from education completely is a concern we have to worry about in regards to chronic absenteeism. Now, when we look at D's and F's, you're right, Danny, you don't have to be chronically absent to be getting D's and F's. I heard Abigail talk a little about her son, and I talk often about my son. He doesn't have a chronically absent issue, but he definitely has an issue with his grades. And it's all about motivation. It really is an engagement. And we're not blaming anyone here in particular. It's not a teacher, not a student. This is a major pandemic that we are all not prepared to really address, and we're doing our very best. I know we are. Gosh, we are doing everything we can to work within the given conditions we're in. But what we do know, and we can't refute the data, and this is not just here, but it's systemic across the state, as we've seen in our largest district in LA and districts right here next to us, that kids are getting D's and F's at an unprecedented level. I can just share the data on this district, and I'll just do it quickly, and I will share this with executive cabinet. I apologize, I haven't done it before, but they're saying their D's and F's issued to all students are up 80%. This is a high school district only, 80%. Total F count has increased 153%. All right, this is a high school district we went to get strategies on how to improve A through G. Their A through G is down 30%. And this is somebody that does this very well. Okay, so we're all in the same boat together. It's not just a San Bernardino City Unified School District issue. It is a systemic state issue. I'm guessing it's probably bigger than the state. So we really, wow, I mean, I'm right there with you folks, and I'm right there with the executive cabinet. What do we do more? I don't know what more we can do because we have to get our students engaged. I know our teachers doing everything they can to get our students engaged, but it's just motivation and buy-in by our students. I know that as well. And I'm not blaming our students either because Dan, you said it, the socialization part is huge. It's huge. I know when my son went to go take pictures, I was getting feedback from my mother-in-law. She said, you couldn't believe how excited the kids were to see each other to do their senior pictures. And that was just pictures. It wasn't even a sport or activity or just going to class together, just seeing one another and saying, wow, how have you been? Like I haven't seen you in forever, which, 9 months is forever in a kid's life. So, I apologize, one, that I didn't clarify and make that clear. I should have noticed that too. And when we did our pre-board meeting, but, thank you for the data that we have gotten. It's given us a really good start of this conversation. And I was talking to Gwen saying, we're not going to solve this in one night. We're not going to solve this in 1 week. We haven't been able to solve this in 1 year so far. And so we're going to keep plugging away and doing our very best to figure this out. But, we're almost halfway through the year. And I know this is it's discouraging for all of us. And I feel for all of our kids. I feel for all of our staff. I feel for all of our families. And, again, thank you for this plan that you're putting together. And I know it's the very best that you could come up with under the given circumstances. Please know that. I understand that. And it's just, we as a board have to support you any way we can to ensure that we overcome this challenge because it's huge. And the last one here, the number of freshmen with 3 or more Fs in this district increased by over 1,000 which is 259% increase. So their 9th grade freshman cohort, you know, if you look at it in regards to graduation for them in 4 years, and these students, how do we help recover our freshmen now in between now and 3 more years from now for their graduation time? So it's bigger than just our seniors this year. We're looking at 9th through 12th grade. We're looking at kids who are ending 3rd grade, who we know is essential to read going into 4th grade. So there's a lot of key issues here that we're faced with. And I'll be honest, I know I don't have all the answers, but gosh darn, wow. It's hard when you're lost for words going, what do we do? But again, thank you to all of you for everything you're putting together here. I know it's a magnanimous challenge. Is that what you say? A challenge like no other. Magnanimous. I know I get a tongue twister there, but it really is. So again, just please know we're here to support you. We're here to support our staff. We're here to support our students and families. And trust me, as you've heard me say this all the time, I'm a parent first with a student who's a senior. So I get it. I truly get it. And I'm right there with you. And I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Board. And I do believe, I know we kind of stopped you and there's a little bit more, and I know there's a wonderful video coming. And so again, I will pause and say the same thing here to you all. One of the reasons why I take pleasure in just being in the meetings that you all are conducting is because you're weighing in all of these things that we're talking about and more. And then you added the caveat of having our students, be able to weigh in, because we know their voice is important. But again, we are here. When we say things like in it together, it is. I mean, I can say from the jobs that I do or at work or the foster youth, it is all around us. But what I'd like us to continue to do is have that hopefulness that says we're working on it. And I think someone said that tonight. It's important for us to say, okay, here is where we are, but we're not hopeless. We're still going to be creative, because from what I've seen from 8 months ago, 9 months ago, we can't even keep track. We've been in this so long, but we're not the same people. We're not the same mindsets. We're not the same ideas that when we first started, because we never said, we're just wait until things get better. You plugged away. And so that's a huge message that we want to continue to let everyone know. This is education in this environment, because we're committed to not stop education, because there's long-term effects if we just because we have the authority to say, well, maybe do this, but we want the best for our students. We want the best for our families. So these long meetings that we're having, town halls, as we call them, it's purposeful. And I hear when you bring the information back, the fingerprints of our community is in there, as well as our board. But we are hearing from everyone. And I even made an appeal to the students, knowing the same thing that Mr. Tillman, I connect to a foundation, and I'm hearing it, and the community partners that are out there, unable to, but they're still being hopeful to say, well, let me see. And Danny, I encourage you, maybe just those 3 need to be, you know what I mean? I just say that because sometimes it is what it is, and there are champions to go back and tell the others. And we don't want someone that could have had a scholarship, not to get it when we can go. So, hey, maybe I've given out scholarships where it was usually 5, now it's 1,000 or 2 because of who showed up. So we want that message out there. If you show up, we're really trying to push for you until things get better. If we could change it, we would. But I must say, I'm so proud of this district that we're pressing forward, listening to ideas, and we're not just trying to say, show us this, show us that. We know it's bad. We know it's bad. And I hate to even talk about the negative, because I'm not a negative person. We know it's bad. Now let's move on. What are we going to do to fix it? Because I too, as everyone says, we have someone, either there's a relative, a student, a kid, we can talk about it all day. I can tell you about my son in college, all of that. But I always tell them we're going to move forward. And what I've been telling our community partners as well is, as adults, I'm sitting in like 8 and 9 and 10 Zooms a day, and they're starting out with, we can't do that, adults. We got to say we have solutions, whether it's to just take a breath of fresh air sometime, and then we get back at it. So thank you again for your presentation. It's a lot that went into it, but we're going to still continue to press towards making things world-class, like we've always done in this district, considering every single person, from the teacher, to the student, to the parent, to everybody that connects to this puzzle. We will press forward and do it right. So thank you again. And you can get us to, I know it's a great little video coming up, so I can't wait to see it.
Okay, we'll speed through this just so that you know, we are committed. We've conducted over 1,000 home visits. Our vendors are also conducting home visits. We had to cancel our December Operation Student Recovery because of the infection rates going high. But we're committed. We want to make sure that kids are in school because we know that the opportunity comes when kids are prepared for that. We've also been working on best practices. And I think the big thing there is because we don't know. So all we can do is learn from each other and create an environment for our leaders to learn from each other. So we've been able to showcase what promising practices that are happening at school campuses with incentive cohorts. And so we'll be having our hearing panel help us with that. So again, it's all hands on deck. It's not just the school personnel who are really working tirelessly to make sure kids are in school, but everybody from, rec aides to directors, we're all doing what we need to do to help kids be in school because it's that important. Next slide, please. So what we've been doing is, providing information to the site. We know that teachers make connections, the school secretaries, the health aide, the attendance verifiers. That's where the magic happens. It happens at schools. And so working with our schools to create incentive programs and recognition programs, we've had to scale back with our drive-through awards assemblies and really, provide alternative ways. And so our question is, what can we do? So we don't want to say we can't do it. What can we do? We can't do home visits. What can we do? And so that's what we've been working on. We've also been working on our home visits. Since we can't do a home visit, we can do a door hanging campaign. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be walking the neighborhoods, providing door hangers. Your students not been in school, call us. Because again, it's what can we do? As well as working through our SARB, our SART and SARB process. We're not trying to penalize people. We're going through everything we possibly can do before we get to that point. Next slide, please. Dr. Wyatt also asked about supports for homeless students in foster care. And I was really excited and am excited that many of you on the board have made concerted efforts to be part of our informational meetings from some of our parent educators, also from some of our departments that are providing this information and outreach to families. And so, our homeless and foster youth are some of our most vulnerable students. And that team are miracle workers. This is their passion, and really they do it with gratitude, grace, and open arms because they want kids to be successful. They've been reaching out and working with seniors who have less than 150 credits. They've been providing resources. They've been calling. They've been bribing, whatever they can do to get kids to be in school. That's what they've been doing. It's a whatever it takes mentality. They've been working with social workers. They've been working with faith-based organizations. They've been working with social services. Anything that they can find to be able to provide a resource to their families, to the families of this district, they are doing. They're providing food. They have gift drives, providing vouchers, whatever kids need. They are there and as their angel, their guardian angel, to make sure that they don't fall through the cracks. And then we've also provided, working with our parent engagement office, is trying to do more Facebook Live. That's something that's been new to us that we've been working on. We tried to do our Facebook Live last week. It didn't work, but we still had our meeting, and really just trying to get the word out there, and providing information to our staff and professional development to our staff at schools who, again, are frontline, where when students are enrolling or they're having crisis, they're going to their teachers, they're going to their schools, the outreach workers, attendance workers. And so we need to enable them with the tools that they need to be able to respond in a way that's helpful for that student without embarrassment, but really with caring arms to help them to get to that next step. Next slide, please. Rachel?
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. So the last set of data that was requested by Dr. Wyatt was just an update on how our IEP compliance completion has been going. And so this data set that you're looking at, board, it is from the start of the pandemic. So since the school closure first took place on March 13th until December 3rd, that's when we pulled this data. As you can see, our principals, our teachers, speech therapists, psychologists, and our whole special education teams have really been working intentionally and collaboratively to keep our IEPs in compliance. So since March 13th, again through December 3rd, we have one initial IEP that is overdue, meaning we've got 99.3% compliance when it comes to our initial IEPs. This IEP, this particular IEP requires, for the completion of this initial IEP requires in-person evaluations. And so we're on hold until it's deemed safe to do so. We are working through the negotiation process so that when we can offer any kind of in-person evaluation, that we are ready to do that with our union. In the meantime, our special education department is providing intensive intervention supports so that no students falling through the cracks while they're awaiting in-person evaluations. And so they're working specifically with the schools, who then work with the families. The intensive intervention support also provides another data set for our psychologists to monitor learning and helps with the possible identification of a disability. So that's our initial IEPs, and again, 99.3% compliant to date, or as of, December 3rd. Our annual IEPs are at a 97.9% compliant with 84 overdue. So 84 averages to a little more than one IEP per school, and again, that's on average. Some families, they want to hold the IEP in person. And so our school teams are working with those families. Obviously, we can't do that right now. All of our IEPs since March 3rd have been done virtually. What we have asked our school teams to do is to submit a plan to the special education department on how they're going to clear any overdue IEPs, and the special ed department is supporting them in that work. Finally, on our triennials, we're at 94.7% compliant with 48 that are overdue. Some of these overdue triennials we inherited from other districts. Some require where the parent has requested for the in-person assessment. And so again, we're on hold with that. Or they want to have IEPs in person. So there's a couple of reasons why these triennials may be overdue. And when the school teams are submitting their plans for how they're going to clear IEPs, that's part of the work as well. I also would like to share that the special ed department has, in supporting our psychologists, they have offered a training on how to conduct virtual assessments so that the psychologists feel comfortable in ensuring the validity and the reliability of these assessments. There were 20 psychologists at this point that wanted to receive this training to see how this worked, and so that they can feel confident in conducting online assessments. Additionally, board, a few months ago, and I'm just giving you a couple of highlights of what's going on in the special ed world, you approved a contract that's allowed some in-person therapy for some of our higher needs scholars, and we appreciate that. So that's been very well received by our families, and not happening in many of our other districts. And so we keep trying to go above and beyond to support our families during this very challenging time for our students with special needs. And then you heard Ms. Applegate speak about these boxes of joy. Want to really give the kudos where that belongs, which is to our CAC president, Liliana Valenzuela. She was the one who said, can we get some things delivered to our homes to help our students in distance learning? So Dr. Lundy and team pulled together case carriers and talked to, really decided on what would be in these boxes of joy, and then had them delivered to our moderate to severe learners. They were so well received that now they're in the process of developing similar boxes that are more appropriate to our mild to moderate scholars, and those will be delivered as well. So again, the school teams and our special ed district department have been very intentional and diligent about providing safety nets for our scholars with special needs. Next slide.
So with all that being said, we are trying our very best to do everything that we can in our power to provide the best education possible for the students of San Bernardino. And we do that through all of the interventions and all of the work. And like Dr. Hill said, it takes a village. And really the village of San Bernardino City has been committed to this work. What we have done is really take another look at how we're doing business. And what we've learned is that we have the power to influence, and we have the power to empower others. And so we're turning our focus in student services as we help to provide these safety nets to really helping our parents and helping them to create learning environments that support learning in their homes so that they truly understand how they can help their children. Every parent in this school district wants the best for their child, and they look to the school district to provide them with just some direction. And so we are moving towards providing them more resources around how to teach literacy and how to support literacy in their home. The corner classroom concept is really everybody has a corner in their class in their home, and that corner can be turned into your classroom for your student. And looking at how do we create environments conducive for learning. And so instead of just looking at what are we doing for children, we really have to look at what are we doing for families, because in a family, in a household, you might have 3 or 4 students. And so it's not just about helping one, it's about helping them all. And so it's all hands on deck. Everybody's making every effort, and we appreciate the support that this board has given to us to allow us the opportunity to explore and take risks, because you have faith that what we're trying to do is to better the students' experience in our school district as we're providing distance learning. So we thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And we want to leave you with just another little inspiration. There are great things happening in our schools, and we want to showcase the great things that are happening at our high schools.
back to Hawk News Network. We here at HNN hope you had a fine Veterans Day. As always, we would like to start your week off informed and energized.
Failure will never overtake me if my determination to succeed is strong enough.
I just want to meet you and let you know that I am here to support your child's education, and if you have any questions for me, you can download the Remind app and join as a parent.
Can you show us what application you used to be able to do that coloring? Can you show us what Cami looks like? Is that possible?
Training.com. Just do that. You're going to create an account. If you don't already have one, the whole reason we're doing these assignments is so you can get to that point where you can write that essay.
A figure of language that I saw and stood out for me was
them using a metaphor. So in that verse, I feel like they tried to portray how we put up an emotional barrier to people around us.
What can we infer about Russia, Argentina, and Europe?
Veterans Day began known as Armistice Day, and this was on November 11th still, but it was in 1919 when it first started, which was because it was the end of World War I.
What does justice look like? In the past 5 months, think about how many times that question might have been asked. What is justice?
Besides the brain, we'll focus on the ear. Besides hearing, balance is the other crucial sense that the ear is involved in.
What I would like you to do is to predict what effect changing the mass sliders will have on the Earth's velocity.
Though our physical library isn't open right now, you can still access lots of library materials online.
Scholars will study 7 units of geographical study to better understand themselves and their local and global community.
Please ask you to do your best on every single assessment because this is a score that reflects you.
With the approach of finals, it is understandable that one would feel a high level of anxiety. We figured we could do our part by offering a few study tips.
Number 1, create a study guide. Knowing what topics will be on the test will be insanely useful.
Number 2, ask your teachers for help. Let them know where you're struggling or where you need clarification. Don't feel like you're annoying them. That's literally their job.
Number 3, what if my teachers are too busy, you might ask? If that is the case, which it may reasonably be, then tutoring is the next best thing. Come during these times for some extra support.
Number 4, organize your notes. Highlight important information, create flashcards, and quiz yourself. We hope you participate and show us your Coyote spirit. Bye!
Wow, amazing. Again, thank you. And we see those excerpts here and there, and it just gives us that hopefulness that we see because things are still moving forward. And the students, you know, they are always the stars. I see Ms. Ceballos, you have a question?
Yes, hi, thank you. That was a great video. Good job. I do have a question, and it's related to Dr. Menares's presentation about the special education information that she brought up. So I don't know if we can go back. I think it's already taken down. But the initial, if I remember correctly, the initial evaluations, there we go, thank you. So we're saying that 139 are the initial evaluations that have been conducted thus far, correct?
Correct. The ones who have had assessment plans signed and the evaluations completed and the IEPs held.
Okay, so I have a few questions. I guess I'll start with, so for those initial evaluations, are these all new requests from this year, or are they rollovers?
They include from March 13th. So there's some from last year and this year, but all of those within that time period were done within the timeline.
Okay, and then how are those evaluations being conducted if we haven't, been able to come back to?
They did them virtually, and they didn't do the in-person. And so the one that's still waiting is the one where the family wanted in person. And in the meantime, again, they're providing the intensive supports so that while we're still waiting for the in-person. So there were some families that were okay with the assessments being done through paper screening and those type of things, and then virtually.
Okay, so they were full assessments.
Yes, in order to be able to identify an eligibility.
Okay, and then also, how many of those evaluations resulted in eligibility? And more specifically, I'm referring for those initials, and how many were determined to be do not qualify?
So these on the initials, it only represents those that did qualify. Any did not qualify are not included in this data set. So we could get for you any did not qualify from March 13th through December 3rd. It's not reflected here. We don't reflect the did not qualify, as I was going to call it DNQs, that did not qualify in this data set. These are the ones that actually qualified for services.
Okay, so I guess what I'm curious to see is the comparison of the data between 1920 and even 1819 to 2021 of how many referrals come in per year within, I guess, those 3 years. And out of those referrals, how many are granted evaluations? And then out of those evaluations, how many are eligible, so that I can kind of compare?
Yes, absolutely. We can get that for you. So 18, 19, 19, and 19, 20, and to date, the referrals, the did not qualifies, and the actual eligible for those 3 data sets or 3 years.
The referrals and whether or not how many of those referrals, so if you get, I don't know, say 100 referrals in the year, do you grant assessment to all 100? If you do, then yes, all referrals, but I want to know also how many of those referrals are actually being evaluated.
Okay.
And then it just left me. I had a last. Oh, and by school site, preferably.
For all of this data set. Okay. We can do that. Thank you. And before I'm off the mic, I just wanted to say it was so nice to see our students. I miss them greatly.
Yes. As Dr. Flores put in the chat, great videos. So thank you all again. We appreciate you updating us on this much needed and crucial information. Board, we are now going to move into reports and comments. So 11.1, our board member comments. I'm going to go over to the chat and see if we still feel chatty. I'm not sure, but I will do it from there. And I see Dr. Flores she's there. I'm ready, Dr. Flores.
Well, COVID is, we don't know all the families that have had deaths or how many of our kids' parents or grandparents have died or have been victims of COVID. But I do know of this one young student that I would like us to have a moment of silence. He's 10th grader Jack Horingan from San Bernardino High School, who passed away of COVID. So I would like us to have a moment of silence for him. I understand that he was a really great student and lived with his grandmother. And so I know that our community contributed to their GoFund. So I just wanted to recognize him in terms of that. And then I have some more questions that I didn't want to bring up, but these are for Janie. And I hope that Ginger, I didn't see if you're on there, if you're going to take them down. But I would like to know how many early retirements do we need to mitigate a $38 million deficit through CERP. I would also like the CERP report that you mentioned that we asked for. I don't remember if we got in a BC or not, but I really would like to refresh my memory related to that. My third question, how many teachers are projected to retire this year? I'd like to know if you guys have a projection. And that's probably for Dr. Funches. And the other one, the last one is, once we calibrate the enrollment with the staffing, the projected 48 million deficit may not be so high. Right now we don't have the numbers because we're 2 years away from them. So when we project 48 million, that's scary. And so I'd like to, I know it's a moving target, but I really would like to know, more, how would you say, detailed projections. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, I'll just go ahead and finish what I think is, like I mentioned, this is really important when we're looking at innovation, when we're looking at creativity. So I'm just going to go ahead and finish reading what initially what my son had wrote. So he wrote, "Hello, my son. My name is Christian Medina, a student at San Gregorio High School, and I would like to ask the school board to look at new types of distance learning, which is virtual learning, virtual reality, not the virtual learning. Anybody can see that when you play video games, that you can play for hours without getting bored, not to mention they stay focused on a lot of different things while they're playing the games. And with this, I believe that since virtual reality can also be seen as a game, it should also be given an opportunity, fun opportunity to be seen as a learning environment within the classroom. There can be simple technology used for this. Even some universities and other programs use this method. If you want to, you can pilot it at the high school, San Gregorio High School, as a way to find out the cost, the performance, and its effectiveness. You can tell if it is effective by seeing the difference in grades for students before and after the method, and so forth. So he offers, he's offering insight. I think he gathered information with a few students at San Gregorio High School to make that suggestion for virtual reality. So I really would like to have the district look at this as an opportunity to even excel once we go back to school. As for students who have special needs, this is also a great way for students with special needs. A few years ago, I had gone to the Children's Subacute Center, San Bernardino, and this only brought, I recall with Dr. David Van Stralen had mentioned that even students who are immobile are able to use this as a way to learn and communicate, creating a social environment. So this is a great way, not just for students who want to have a social life within a game, in a classroom environment, because literally you could be walking onto San Gregorio High School, the classroom environment, you'll see your fellow students and have conversations there in a safe environment. So I think this would also open it up for students with special needs and different ways that they can learn. And then in a few years from now, we can definitely be heading in a new direction of what this program may look for in the future for students who haven't been able to get involved in this type of education. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to first thank Cabinet staff for the great job you're doing. It's not easy, but you're hanging in there, and we appreciate you a lot. I also want to just back up until just to make a correction. Our last board meeting, the day after that, I was getting word that from different people that I had said we want students to go back to school right now. And of course, I never try to justify things of that nature. I said, please listen to the video and call me back if you really believe that's what I said. So I just want, for those who did not review the video, just want you to say that, no, that is not what I said. And the other thing, I got word that there's a great program going on at Pacific High School. And I want to just compliment Dr. Raimondo and Jose Acevedo, who put it together. It's called the COVE, C-O-V-E, and they having some of their students to return and not only tutor students and mentor students, but also talk to them about their various issues. And I'm just hoping the other schools would contact Pacific to say, what are you doing? And I want to know a little bit more about it myself. But there are some good things going out there in our district. We don't have to reinvent all the wheels, just some of them. And other than that, I just want to say to all of you, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and be safe and wear your masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman.
Yes, and I can vouch for Dr. Hill. She said we're going to wait for it. She would want to wait for listen to the experts. So I vouch for you, Dr. Hill. I do want to just bring clarity to where we're at. You know, I'm on the county site, and the purple is if you're 7 cases per 100,000. Right now, we're at 137 cases per 100,000, which just sounds unbelievable. But just to give a perspective, and last week we were 68, so we actually doubled. And if you listen to the experts, they said it's going to increase. And so that's what our concern is. And right now it's out of our control anyway. If we wanted to go back to school next week, we couldn't. It's because of state law. So, and I don't see how, how do you get down to 7 cases per 100,000? And everyone's saying that it's only going to increase more with Christmas and New Year's coming up. So I only say that so we don't get mad at ourselves. No one here brought COVID. We're just dealing with it. And so I want to say thank you to all the district staff and the parents and the community just for being patient. And we all have to continue working together and doing the best that we can to educate the kids in the best way possible and help keep our adults safe. The only thing sadder than seeing kids not be able to go back to school is when I see my mom, who can't go to church, can't leave the house, and she just represents many, many seniors who you just, your heart breaks for them. But, I give her credit because she wants to live. So she's not traveling and going to a whole lot of places because she knows she's vulnerable. So, and we know now that the vaccine is there. It's just a matter of a few more months, and there's truly light at the end of the tunnel. And it's sunlight and not the light of a train. So that's good news. So I hope we just keep working together and keep being patient. And we don't have long to go. Thank you very much.
All right, and I don't see any, I'm going to move forward. If I don't see any other board comments in there, I don't want to overlook anyone, but Mr. Tillman was the last one in there. And if not, I will say again to the district, as I say on every call, that I follow you throughout the day. But again, appreciate what you're doing so much. It means so much to our community. It's needed. I've said before, we are first in a lot of things, but we don't want to be the first in leading in deaths and in incidents that didn't have to happen. I know we all can say we've lost either someone close to, and it's closer and closer every time. As Mr. Tillman says, those are families that are part of us that are experiencing this thing called COVID. So, my comments is please be safe. I every time I talk to a group, I remind them your safety is important to me, and hopefully my safety is important to you. So I'll do my part for you if you do your part for me. And we will continue to move forward and get through this and be able to look back at things and say, wow, when we think about it, a lot of people have shared with us about what other pandemics were like. And guess what? We are here to read about them and hear about them. And which tells me they got through it, is my point. And so we can do it. I know San Bernardino City Unified, we've never seen a challenge that we didn't move forward with. And I'm so glad that, we have a new team. And I was really thinking the other day, I said, it's almost like we just have a team that continues on. We know people have moved on, promoted different things, but we are still on the train track, staying the course. And that's so important to have stability. And that stability is helping us make these decisions. So I'll do my part, as I said, for you, if you do your part for me, and we do that for each other, and we'll get through this with all the ideas in the world, and we'll be experts on this thing called distance education. So thank you so much. If nothing else, I'm going to go back to the agenda. 11.2, superintendent and staff comments.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, I know the hour is late, so I'll go fast, but there's some people that need some recognition. So first of all, I want to again congratulate our 3 returning board members and our new board member. We do have certificates of recognition for you from newly elected 5th District Supervisor Joe Baca Jr., so we'll make sure you get those. Want to congratulate Lancashire Elementary School teacher Catherine Satterfield for being recognized as part of the Los Angeles Clippers Teacher Appreciation Program. Thank you to Mrs. Satterfield for all of her hard work and dedication. We want to thank the Clippers organization for recognizing one of our outstanding educators. Speaking of outstanding educators, last night a number of us were on a virtual celebration. The Association of California School Administrators Region 12 each year, which is basically San Bernardino County, hosts their annual Administrator of the Year Awards. We were very fortunate to have 2 of those awards. Dr. Tasha Dwizan, our Director of Elementary Instruction, was the Elementary Education Administrator of the Year, a very, very much deserved recognition for Tasha and everything she does for our students. And then in the Retired Administrator of the Year category, the winner was none other than Dr. Margaret Hill, who, as you know, has failed retirement several times. She retired from the San Bernardino City Unified School District. That didn't work out, so she went to work for county schools. That didn't work out. She retired from there. That didn't work out, so she got on the school board, thankfully. So we want to recognize Dr. Hill and Dr. Dwizan for their recognition as Administrators of the Year for AXA Region 12. Let's give them a round of applause. Dr. Hill was also recognized by Phi Beta Zeta sorority as the Centurion of the Year. So we'll give her a recognition for that as well. And also from that same sorority, our middle school vice principal, Eurydice Fitz, was given the Trailblazer Award from that same group. So let's give her a shout out and a round of applause. Let's see where I'm at. Our students, as you know, are absolutely wonderful. And I know you've all seen Teen Music Workshop perform. They were actually the featured entertainment at the California School Boards Association Virtual Annual Education Conference. They led off the 3rd general session and brought the house down. They were absolutely the hit of the session. So we want to recognize those very talented students and their coaches for just a great job. And speaking of the California School Boards Association, we did receive our Golden Bell recognition virtually. Congratulations again to our Student Services Division and all those associated with our Student Wellness and Support Services programs on this very special distinction. It's a very special honor, I know, for the board because this has been a strong area of emphasis for you for quite some time. We did get the bell We were able to share it with the staff a couple days ago. I will show it to you. Hope you can see that. That's the actual bell. And this is what we get to do at CSBA. Hope this comes through okay. So we want to congratulate all of the people associated with that. And then 2 final announcements. Number 1, our terrific communications department has completed the necessary work to prepare us to have live call-in public comment from the board. So this is something that you requested, to move from turning them in and having them read to people being able to call in live. So we will be prepared to do that on January 19th, which is our next regularly scheduled board meeting. We'll get the word out so everybody knows that if they want to do public comment, that'll be the venue for them. So we're excited to meet that request by the board. And then finally, I want to wish our school community a safe and restful and blessed holiday season. We want you to get some well-deserved rest, have some great time with your family, and we're absolutely looking forward to a great second semester and second half of the school year. So thank you very much. Those are my comments, President Rogers.
Thank you. And as I'm bringing Dr. Wyatt up, it's unheard of that even during this unprecedented time, there was even another award that Dr. Hill received. I can't remember the name of it. I knew Dr. Volkemer would do a great job, but I was like, and that's why we just got to keep on going, because it's been 3 awards, I think, in 1 month. But congratulations to you. And I'm glad that you mentioned again the Swiss. Didn't want to steal your thunder this time, but we did get a chance to be on the call with them. And as we know, that department, as all departments, but that has a special place inside of me, and the work that they're doing is what we need right now. It's right now. So Dr. Wyatt, I saw that you just kind of, it's late. It's one of those late nights, so it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam President. I was just going along with all the comments and dozed right off, I guess. But the good thing about me going last is pretty much everybody said what I wanted to say, so it'll be a lot more brief. And I want to make sure just to cover a few things again. And again, just want to thank Mr. Gallo for everything he's done for our district staff, student families. And I definitely want to welcome Ms. Myra Ceballos on being elected to our wonderful school board, and look forward to working with her and making hope happen for all of our students. As Dr. Volkemer said, our San Bernardino Unified School District Teen Music Workshop definitely brought down the house at our CSBA Annual Education Conference. And I know many of us have shared their video online on social media, and just all the compliments they've received. Wow, I don't know how many times I've watched that video, but I know all of you that have seen it, it just lights us up and gives us so much energy. And really, I'll tell you what really makes me smile and get emotional and say, that's what this is all about. So I was really happy to see them represent state level. And again, you're right, Madam President, thank you to our Swiss team, our mental health team, and the Golden Bell for our wellness centers. Definitely a huge priority for all of us on the school board, and just so excited to see them recognized for that, and for us to support them on taking that to full capacity across our district. I was told about a pretty wonderful generation from SBTA, and if I get the donation number wrong, I apologize. I think it was somewhere around 9,000 or something like that for Thanksgiving meals to our families in our community over the Thanksgiving holiday, which is huge, and really means a lot to us and our community. And then just want to thank our Atlas team. They had a live community presentation on social media last Thursday night, highlighting the services for our students and families who desperately need them during such difficult times. So thank you again to them. And then just had a blast these last couple of weeks doing the Family Leadership Institute with Lieutenant Colonel Consuelo Kickbush and hundreds of our families from the district. I know many of you came and joined in and said hello, and that was my first time going through the Institute, so great job to them. And we already said congratulations many, many times to Margaret Hill. Great job, Margaret, and on all your awards. And I wanted to say a special thank you to Ginger, Daniel, and David, and the rest of our communications folks who put the video together for Dr. Hill on a very short video. I think it was like in 24 hours. We need it done tomorrow. So thank you to all of them for getting that done. I thought it was one of the coolest, if not the coolest video during the ceremony. And it was just amazing. So great job, guys, for putting that together. And then as many of us said, wow, there's a long needed break coming up. And I know all of us can use a lot of rest, and I would say even healing. So Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and definitely a Happy New Year. I'm sure many of us are looking forward to a promising 2021 year. And I know many great things are yet to come. And I look forward to making hope happen for all of our students and all of our community. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And as we move, if I didn't say it, thank you. I'm so happy to be reelected and back. I am happy about that.
Thank you to our community. You're right, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving to 12.0, the consent calendar. If I do believe I pulled out 12.13. Wait, oh, thank you.
You have to move a second.
Madam President, I don't want to pull 7.2 anymore.
But you did comment on it though, so you said,
all right.
So you did.
Oh, no, I did it already.
Yeah.
Jamie asked all my questions here.
Okay, good. So we're just having 12.13 is taken out. I heard a motion. Did I hear a second?
Second.
All right. And if there's no further discussion, I'll take the vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we are now at action items. And I will begin at 3.1, personnel report number 10, dated December 15th, 2020.
As presented.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there is no additional comments, I'll take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 13.2, first period interim financial report as of October 31st, 2020 from Business Services.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there is no discussion, I'll take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 13.3, public disclosure of proposed SEA bargaining agreement, Business Services.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, I will take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 13.4, resolution adopting policies and procedures to opt in and become subject to the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Account Procedures, Public Contract Code, Section 22030, Business Services.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved in second. If there's no discussion, I will take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 13.5, resolution adopting procedures and criteria for evaluating qualifications and proposals of leaseback contractors from Business Services.
So moved.
Do we have, I'll second it, but is this something new, Miss?
We're just updating the scoring criteria and some other items in our leaseback agreement. So legal reviews it every couple years and this updates it.
And we don't have any planned leasebacks coming up?
Yes, we do have a couple coming up,
And
but they will come to board. They would come to
but they're
board.
for new construction?
Let me see. Hold on.
I know it's late, Janie. Do you want me to jump in and answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Tillman, we have two coming up. They're for modernizations at both Warm Springs and Del Rosa Elementary School, providing for new kindergarten classrooms, new administrative offices, and remodels of their MU room, as well as the demolition of the Town Lodge Motel.
But just in terms of how it works, they do all the work and then charges. What's the leaseback part of it?
So think about we're leasing, it's a best value selection rather than low bid selection. They lease the property from us for a determined lease period, which is longer than the term of construction. And we pay them for the amount indicated in the contract, which is GMP or gross maximum price.
And then the properties turn back over to us.
Correct.
And that's
We
all.
never lose ownership. They just lease the property from us.
All right, thank you.
All right, it's been moved in second and discussion. If there's no further, I will take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 13.6, appointment of members to the Special Education Committee, Community Advisory Committee, Continuous Improvement.
So moved.
Second.
Been
Do
moved.
we have to assign people? Has that been done already?
I think it's the new CAC membership list.
Yeah, so they added some more or extended it, made it
Correct.
a little bit bigger.
Yes, there were 7 additional members voted in.
Okay. All right, so if there is no further discussion, I think I heard a second, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll call for the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 13.7, 2020-2021 budget overview for parents, educational services.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there is no discussion, I'm hearing none. I will take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 13.8, memorandum of understanding between SBCUSD and ASA Charter Schools Educational Services.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll take the vote. Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 13.9, termination of memorandum of understanding for police services by and between Provisional Accelerated Learning Academy and SBCUSD Educational Services.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Okay, 13.9, termination of memorandum of understanding for police services by and I'm sorry. 13.10, acceptance of the new board policy 3311.11 Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, first reading. Business services.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and
Discussion, please.
all right, go ahead.
I would like this to be also sent to, well, I would like to know, well, I would like the policy committee to review this as well, because I would like to explore adding our local businesses and how do they get on the lists and so forth, in terms of how we go forward with construction.
Okay, that has been captured, I'm sure. All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll take the vote. Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 13.11, 13.11, adoption of the new board policy, ethnic studies, second reading.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, I will take the vote. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 13.12, adoption of amended board policy 0430, comprehensive local plan for special education, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
And Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 13.13, adoption of amended board policy 6159, individualized education plan, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved in second. And is there any discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 13.14, adoption of the amended board policy 6159.1, procedural safeguards for special education, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. I love that aye, Dr. Wyatt. Okay, 13.15, adoption of the amendment board policy 6159.2, non-public, non-secretarian school and agency NPS/A services for special education, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll take the vote. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Ceballos.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. We made it. Yay. All right. We're at 14.1, which is the summary of the board requests. Review of board requests. What do we have tonight, Ginger?
Well, good evening, or good night soon, but maybe good morning soon. In any case, there are 14 that I captured tonight, so I'll try to read them quickly for you, but please do feel free to let me know if I captured them correctly, if we have any more. So number one, Mr. Tillman asked for a report on the number of chronically absent students in elementary school. Number two, Mr. Tillman and Dr. Hill both requested that we compare the DNF for the chronically absent students to the not chronically absent students. Number three, Mr. Tillman asked whether the DNFs were caused more by the work that was done in class or by homework. And he wondered if that was the same for both those students who were chronically absent or non-chronically absent. Then number four, Dr. Barbara Flores asked what the percentages of the DNFs were by school site. And Dr. Flores also then number five asked for us to research the impact of the class start time on the DNF grades. Number six, Dr. Flores and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina both asked us to include stories from students and about our students to explain data, including by adding student voice as part of presentations.
And Ginger, I'd like to interrupt. I also asked for the data per school for chronic absences.
Okay.
For the middle and high school, yeah.
And student board members. I want to have student board members.
I have that. I do have that one coming up. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure I captured that as well, but thank you. Okay, so I added, Dr. Flores, that you wanted to compare by school site the DNF report and the chronic absenteeism.
Correct.
Okay. Number 7, Mr. Tillman asked what we were doing differently for students who are chronically absent this year, but not last year. The assumption is that distance learning is impacting their motivation to attend, and thus the intervention may be different. Ms. Maya Ceballos, I know I captured that thing about anyway, okay. So Ms. Maya Ceballos asked about how many of the initial IEPs conducted since March resulted in did not qualify determinations. Then number 9, Ms. Maya Ceballos also asked about the comparison of 3 years, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21 for referrals, the number of evaluations that were granted, and then the number of determined eligible by school site. Dr. Flores then asked how many early retirements do we need to mitigate a $38 million budget, and also to provide the contents of the SERP study that was done. Dr. Flores then also asked for detailed projections for the number of teacher retirements that are projected for this year and next. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked us to consider strategies for using virtual reality in teaching and in order to promote a connection. Dr. Margaret Hill asked for us to, or requested more information about the COVE program at Pacific High School. And then Dr. Flores asked to review Board Policy 3311.11, the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, to consider opportunities for local contractors. And I will add into the Student Voice one appointment of student board members, because I'm not sure where that went, but thank you for that. Those were all of my things that I recorded.
And so within the virtual learning that I mentioned at the end, because it was in different phases, I did want to look into maybe starting a pilot, if that's something that we can do, with purchasing those headsets, if that's possible with the budget. So looking at virtual reality in that way, and looking into starting a pilot program.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Ginger. Great job. All right, we are there. 15.1, adjournment of the meeting.
So move.
All right. And
good night. Merry Christmas.
Adjourn. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Have a great holiday and stay safe. See you soon.
Happy holidays.
Bye, everybody.
Happy holidays. Good night.
Happy holidays.
Bye.